voice. Someone was also offering me to become a singer for opera. Very strong voice. But today I am calm, no problem, no push. Are we going to start? Yes? Someone said yes. Okay, good, good. So, I'll try to stay in a position that is comfortable, to do not hide what I'm going to show, and the camera can see me. So, welcome. My name is Alessandro Santalucia. I highlight Alessandro because in Moscow everyone call me Alessandra, and in Italian is a very important difference, female and male, so it could be relevant. I'm an Italian guy, old guy. I'm working in Lithuania since 2003, so it's a 12 year. I'm working in Lithuania, Baltics. I established a company here and established a company in Finland, one in Moscow, one in Italy. So I'm working, and my business is information technology for retailer. This is my original. I coming from 30 years of experience in a worldwide class company, working on the same market. And my background is, do not laugh, please, nuclear engineer. My real passion is mathematics and psychology. What the two things are staying together, I'm still trying to understand why I have this kind of passion. I'm here to share with you my experience about sales. What are your expectations today?
Something new.
Oh, you know what? Someone told me, be aware, encounters are shy. They do not talk. Mwah! Wonderful. Good. So here's something new, something new today. I cannot guarantee because I do not know what is your starting point.
Maybe something useful.
Something useful. What else? What are your expectations?
Something professional.
Something professional. That's I can guarantee. What else? You are still a little bit shy.
Different perspective in sales because every single person has a different view in the process.
It's an interesting point, very valid point. So definitely we are going to talk about sales. The day is going to be split in essentially 4 sections. We are going to talk about the sales cycle, sales processes, sales skills, and sales management. How many of you are already on sales? A lot. A lot. What is your success track record? 100% of targets every year? 120. So your manager is giving you a low target. No, I'm joking. Good. About shy, I was also looking to you. And I was also looking to the habit of the people. Everyone coming was all stay on the back. No one coming in the front. The first one coming here was exactly going straight forward to the farthest possible position. In sales, you cannot be shy. You need to be assertive. You need to establish a relationship. So, for the someone, you just come.
Yes,
So I need to punish you. So what is your expectation for today?
basically to understand all the cycle from the very beginning and to the very end to the sales.
Okay.
Probably just to confirm what my knowledge, my current knowledge.
Okay. Good. Obviously, my expectations are to transfer to you my expertise. And if possible, this expertise can be helpful to you. This is exactly what I want to achieve. The target is first addressing business to business. who is running business to consumer not necessarily can adapt what I'm going to touch so straightforward. Some key points are valid, but I'm addressing business to business. It is important because the two kind of business are different. I think what we are going to talk is relevant for company owner, sales director, general managers, salespeople, export director. How many of you sell outside Lithuania? Okay, good, a lot. How many of these people are selling in Europe? And how many in Asia? Okay, good. So we already talked about your sales experience. Little bit of information on how I build up the seminar. I used open internet available documentation, images and data. But the way how is assembled and the way how I'm going to present, including my experience, is my property. All the rest is property of who was developing. Some traps on sales that I was finding on my experience working in Lithuania. The sales process is not necessarily very well understood, and salespeople is not properly timing actions. What I mean, too quickly trying to shoot for the order and not taking consideration various steps that the order closing require. Another trap that I was considering very heavily in the people, I was managing here a team of salespeople, about 25 people. The trap is product knowledge. The expectation that you can be a good sales guy only in two cases, or because you have a kind of magic influence, look to my eyes and buy, or because I am the king, the expert on my product. One of the typical problems that I was facing was to convince my people to go to meet customer. Yeah, but what I should say to them? I already met 1 week ago, 3 days ago. I do not have anything new to tell. No, it's not that. You needed to be meeting your customer as much as possible, because you do not have to bore them about products, but you need to know them, who they are, what are their needs, and what you needed to do to better serve them. So I was spending every day of my working life to convince people that sales is not necessarily nice song. I like it. Is not necessarily a matter of good knowledge. I have to know very well my product. Sure, you have to know your product. Sure, you have to know your solution. But it's just a starting point. It's not the end point. It's not because you are the king on the products that you become a king on sales. Vice versa, a king of sales can be not someone with a strong expertise on product. Another areas of traps. Forecast. Sales are unpredictable. No, sales are predictable. In reality, there is a mathematics associated to sales, and we will touch quickly this. So, sales forecast is a must. Do not expect that the sales are something. What is the wind? Okay, we go. No, it is something that if you action properly, step by step, one by one, you can expect the results. So sales are not based on luck. Luck is a variable that normally should stay out of business. Sales are based on actions that you perform, and you perform well. Another trap. Oh, all the salespeople are liars. They would tell you everything to convince you to buy. It's not what I try to teach you. Salespeople are good business partner, are servant, are someone who is able to deliver service for a win-win situation and position, not someone that close his relationship just selling. Because the real game is after selling. Because we will see soon, the cost of selling to a customer is roughly in between 10 to 25% respected to selling to a new customer. So it would be totally stupid to finish a sales just with a sales. You need to continue to repeat. Do you agree with my statement about errors? Do you see this kind of errors in your companies or in your experience? You know, in this way is yes, in this way is no. Yeah? Oh, nice voice. Someone else? Oh, good. Don't be shy. Learn. The first thing, especially on sales, is not to be shy. Now, the selling cycle, as I told you before, is not a matter of luck, but is a matter of actions. And there are categories of this action. And these categories can be very easily classified in action to qualify leads. So you have a universe in front of you. You need to qualify where to focus. Action to qualify these leads and build up action to make an opportunity. Then develop your offering to this. Your company offering cannot develop it not taking account who you're going to sell, who you're going to talk with. Then closing. But the closing is not enough. The salespeople is also accountable for good closing. I mean, people pay. Just the order is nothing. Is revenue, the actual payment that keep companies alive. I underline this because in some countries, in some culture, there is a lot of highlights. The order intake is relevant, but what is really ultimately relevant is payment, that orders are good, orders are paid. As I told, it's just a cycle. I finish? No, I do not finish. I get an order, I need to restart. How to get a new order? How to get a side order? How to get a value up order, and so on. If we look a little bit more in detail, we will also look a little bit later in the section about sales cycle. The step one, introduction, you needed to establish how you build up credibility in your qualified lead or leads. So how you can do to make a move a lead to qualify lead? Asking, identifying needs, understanding what is happening in the leads that you have just identified. And then again, the steps I told you. If you're working with the market abroad, then you have an extra difficulties. You need to know this market. If you want to sell to Italy, you need to know Italy. If you want to sell to Germany, you need to know Germany. And you need to set up action how to develop this knowledge. And then also identify the way to communicate. The way to communicate is different to someone else. There are few examples. I will tell you a little bit later, but do you know what does mean this in USA? Okay. It's a very rude and unpolite statement in Germany. Good, but no. This, no. So you need once you assess how the country is, you also need to develop the way to communicate properly and how to present the benefits that you are delivering to your customer in terms of local benefit. We will touch all this through the day. Now, when you go to a market, so staying on these specific aspects of selling abroad, you're going to a market. If you do not have any information about this market, is a kind of lottery. If you sell your mobile game in China and you don't know how China is behaving against mobile game, or in South Africa, probably you have the same chance that you have playing a bet on a lottery to get an order, 50-50 or 30-60. So the first starting point when you attack market abroad that are farther from your local market is to acquire info and understand what are the country demographics, allow everyone who can give you and deliver to you market research inputs to collect these. Very useful are possible local conferences about the products that you are doing, or trade show. The most probably powerful in business to business, again, that's why I was highlighting before what we are talking about, is a word of mouth. Do you know what is a word of mouth? You know. What is a word of mouth? What is your word of mouth? Just because you were doing that, so I was just shooting to you. What does mean word of mouth in business?
It's, the feedback, the talks about the product that you're selling, what people are saying about about your products.
Similar. What is a word of mouth? You as a guy, yes. Shh, you told.
Same way.
Okay. Anyone else?
Recommendations.
Good or bad, basically.
Recommendation. I mean, use your customer as a referral to build a new customer. You know what I was doing when I was a lot of younger, but I'm not so old, a lot of younger, when I was closing an order, I was asking to my customer, can you give to me 5 names of your friends that you will introduce me, that I will go and talk about what you just purchased, because I would like to talk with them. This is a word of mouth. Passing the word about you through friends. In business to business is one of the most powerful advertising and communication technique. And again, my sharing a little bit of my experience in Lithuania. I started in Lithuania. I was the vice president for this company, American company in Europe, and I was managing Lithuania through a guy based in Copenhagen, a Danish guy. But this guy resigned, found a better job, and then I had a little bit of problem, so I started to develop the sales activities by myself. It was not easy to find a sales guy. We talk about on sales management, but to hire a good sales guy take in between 6 to 12 months. So take time, a lot of time. So, and I wanted to get results quickly, so I started to develop the market by my own. And so I came visiting a retailer here, Iki, Maxima. And I remember when I met the first time a sales director, a IT director in Lithuania. We were talking about shy and body language before you were coming. So the first time I was entering, hello, I am Alex from Italy. Nice to meet you. I would like to talk with you about blah, 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 XYZ, blah, blah, blah. What do you think about? Can we meet again? Maybe yes. For me, was really an experience. What does mean maybe yes? Is yes or no? And then, what do you think about my pricing and so on? Maybe are good. So, my first experience with the Lithuanian guy was that, I'm coming from Italian, black and white, never is always a degree of gray. But someone that was even more degree of gray on me was really astonishing. So it was just a nice experience. And we get through, and now is one of my best friends in Lithuania, personal friends. And other things that were happening is what I told you. I was pushing people and my salespeople to go and develop business. But again, as I just told, my strongest difficulties were on convincing salespeople to go to customer and meet customer, even if in cases there were nothing to say. I was coming in Lithuania not because I was just having an excuse, or I was building up a kind of excuses, but my main goal was to develop a relationship with my possible customer prospects. So I was developing any excuse to meet, but not necessarily I was going to tell, my products is 50 megabyte, is very fast, is going faster than anyone else. I was developing activity to understand what were their problems. Another terrible experience of managing people here, I share, you can agree or not agree, was from a poor management style. I am very American-oriented because I'm working for 30 years with American company. I am goal-oriented. What I found here that the culture was task-oriented. Okay, now we need to develop this market. And the expectation were that I was going to tell exactly the task detail that everyone should follow to execute my input. And this was really a mismatch. I do not want to spend my time to talk with you about what you should do. I told you target. Now it is your turn to develop your plan, not my turn to tell you what you should do. So this was the two areas of difficulties that I had in working in Lithuania. Overcome quickly, because then working with people is easy. At the end, we can easily develop a way to work together. When you define a market that you wanted to attack, what is about the people that are selling abroad? What is the most difficult market you're attacking today? Someone not shy who is answering?
United Emirates.
Okay, United Emirates. Good point. It's a rich market, very interesting. But now you can have probably a dilemma that everyone else before you had. Should I hire someone here and parachute there and stay there for 5 years to promote the market? Should I look for a local partner who is my possible partner to work with the customer? In both cases, you need to pass through a market assessment and channel assessment. What is the best? Because if you rely on partner, you need to rely really on partner. You cannot stay in the middle. And if you rely with someone, you need to find someone who is good on sales, speaking local language, and available to relocate in the market. So, in any case, you have to define this dilemma. I go direct or I go indirect. We will talk again later. Whatever you're going to choose, planning is relevant. And on this, I found the Lithuanian company very good on planning activity. Are normally very well company culture to work in terms of planning. Hi. Hello. So, in terms of action that you need to plan channel recruitment, sales, if possible, use other sales references that you can have, as we told before, your customer, word of mouth, and use them, and develop the way to be local. In all this, in any case, the sales resources are important. Whatever you are going to choose, it is important that you choose good quality. I like a lot what was developed in the 80s and the 90s about analogies between sales and warfare. When you think to attack a market, you should also think in very similar way how in past century generals of armies were thinking in terms of conquering a market or conquering a country. Logistics about your business, your products. I saw many companies failing on exporting because they were not taking in right account the logistic matter. You needed to be able to deliver. You need to develop possible distribution center. An example. Do you know Lidl?
Yes, of course.
When Lidl decided to open a market, they move in the market 2 years before, then selling. And what they do? They develop a distribution center, not shops, distribution centers. Because for a retailer, for sure, this is a business to consumer, not what we are talking, but in terms of analogy is relevant. The first thing that they do, not only Lidl, all the big retailers, but in any case, the first thing is to deploy distribution center, taking account the logistic on how to go to the market. And then you need also to deploy skilled salespeople, like you would deploy if you are a general of an army. You normally have two categories of army: specialized army and a regular army. And you needed to think in the same way. And then strategy, the way how you can develop your unique sales proposition. We will touch very soon. Understand the competition. You cannot play in any market if you do not have a roughly good understanding of who are your enemies, who are your competitors. So at the end, I highlight, and clearly is the theme of today, but I highlight that any company need good sales resources. Good idea, good product are not enough. Another example. Do you know Nespresso, coffee maker, coffee machine? Do you know who invented the Nespresso?
Italian guy should be.
Italian guy. Was an Italian guy working for the very well famous coffee machinery that you find in a bar. And he invented this such a small boiling tank who was able to keep hot water very quickly at 19 bar. It's very important, and I will tell you. He presented to the owner of the big bar machine, and he told the owner said, "Who is going to care about such a small boiling tank? No one will sell it." He met people from Nestlé, sold for 500,000 euros the idea and the project, and Nestlé developed all the success. Where is the success in this story? Is in the product? Or is in the marketing and sales that is associated to the product? Sure, the product is important because you know why is important. Because if you make a coffee at 19 bar, you come out of any espresso coffee that you take in a bar. If you make it at the 14 bar or 15 bar is the measure of a pressure. It's not, you cannot get this form, this cream. So 19 bar was very relevant. So definitely the product size is important. Was enough to achieve the results? I want to see you everyone saying. Out marketing and sales, a good idea is not enough. Very few. Many bad ideas would require something special, a sales skill set. Sales skill set means ability to make relationship, ability to understand the customer, ability to present, ability to speak, ability to interact. In some extent, sales, and I need to be very careful on my statement, sales are not so far from dating. You need to apply very similar ways. And you will see. I do not want to say that every good salesman is a perfect Casanova or Messalina, but I'm just saying that there are many similarities between the two actions because it's human interaction. You need to find a way to strike the mind of your customer, to impress the eyes of your customer. Exactly when you're dating. When you're dating, you want to impress the man or female you're dating with. To develop all this, you need to have, as we said before, skills. Listening skills are important. Another area of long debate and discussion was exactly about hi. No, come on! Mwah.
So we came for you.
She is the one why I came in Lithuania to work with. Exactly because I found such special people. So, listening and talking, one of the key area on interaction. And I was teaching to my people about this. You do not have to talk. A sales guy is someone who is good on perfect listening. The first action is not I'm a good. My product are better. You're boring. The first thing is, did you notice what I did when I started this morning? What did I ask? I asked you. What your expectation? What you are? Raimondo, what I was doing in my meeting, the first meetings we were setting up when I was visiting you, I was always, do you remember? I was always telling, let us start with declaration of expectation about our meetings. I want that everyone tell what they expect to get in their pocket, not bribery, but in concept-wise, in their pocket out of this meeting. So the first action is listening. Questioning for listening, not talking. Probing and body language reading. I was talking with you this morning about body language. Definitely, psychology on sales has relevant. Again, dating is important. What do you look in a boy once you met the first time? You met him.
Actually, the most at eyes, I think.
Eyes. What do you look in a boy when you first meet him? The teeth. Good. No. It has a lot of meaning behind. What do you look in a boy? I'm just asking female because I am a man, so there is a good interaction.
I don't know, I look for the height of the main, for the whole view of a boy.
Okay. No. Okay. I mean, we stop here. Just to. There is a psychology behind. Look into a eye means that your expectations are to find someone with the personality. You look for on personality you're dating with. If you look on teeth, is hygiene. Hands. Someone tell me I look to the hands. I look for a father. I look for someone who can cover me, protect me, give me assistance, and so on. There are various ways. So again, psychology is relevant when you're going to meet someone for the first time, and you need to be able to read through what these people is saying. Okay, definitely psychology is not enough. You need also, as we said before, the relevance of understanding the sales steps, where we are. Remember that there are mathematics. It's not true that the sales is lucky oriented, or product oriented, or whatever. It's just the results of a set of actions that need to be well coordinated. Channels, the way how you're going to make a business is relevant, and we will spend time on this. It's not enough to find good people on sales. What is the problem? Keep them. Keep them. Because good people, as soon as you make them becoming good, ciao Alex! So it's relevant to also manage properly the people, your sales force. Okay, close the first section. I was just watching I just keep this and I go on the second. Questions about? I allow one to place questions.
We can really shoot the questions during the presentation, or we should keep them. How you prefer?
I prefer interaction.
Shoot.
I'm here for you. I'm not just simple lecturer. I prefer to spend 1 second more, 1 minute more, but be sure that we have a good interaction. So, shoot.
Going into the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned that there was too much rush in chasing the order. So the actions during the sales process are actually not following the right steps, or they're not subsequent. So
What does mean?
what specific examples you can, from your experience with Lithuanians specifically, you're talking about Lithuanians.
Sure.
So what are the key mistakes they make in the process? Your experience.
Sure. I mean, shooting for orders is always good if you understand when is good time and you collect a good feedback. It's really a pattern depending on your feeling with the customer. I saw that too much often to go on qualified needs and make a proposal. If it is someone that you just qualify and make your proposal, you are just falling down in the trap of betting a lottery. You can be lucky. Always. Lucky is something that someone can have. It's a virtue. But it's not a mathematical process. If you don't know if your product is good for them, is really what they are looking for, and you make an offer, the reaction can be, no, sorry, I'm offering a computer. Oh, I was looking for a printer. I'm just exaggerating, but it is very relevant to do not shoot too early. Another wrong point when you shoot too early is that you fell down in the trap to talk about price, because you do not qualify enough properly your value proposition to the customer. Then people come back and says, oh, they are asking for 50% discount. How can we do? But did you highlight the A, B, C, D? No. Do you know the competition what is offering? No. So why you made the proposal? For sure, if you make a proposal at this stage, you have just a pricing problem. But if you make the proposal at the right time, when you know, or you collect from your customer, and by the way, customers are willing to give information. And some, by example, in the retail industry, are an expert on maneuver supplier, on delivering properly the information in order to stimulate competition. It's just a matter of playing their goal, their rights against someone who is offering. So, is relevant again? But it's a very good question, by the way, to time properly when you feel confident to have enough information to shoot your proposal. Because when you shoot your proposal, you are engaged. Dating game. If you ask to someone to get a wedding, to get them with you for the life, then you cannot play, oh, sorry, I was wrong. You play. Okay, so we spoke about this, but I wanted to again underline. When you sell is just a matter of understanding your customer. Again, it's not only a matter of understanding your product, it's understanding your customer. Then, if you know the customer, then you can convey persuasive, mean able to strike information idea to the customer. Then close. This is what I told you before. I found the most biggest trap available. To believe that the products are the key point of your sales action. There is a focus on what the sales guy or the company want and lose the sight on what the customer want. What is the customer need? Real good salespeople are translator, who is able to go back to the company saying customer need ABC. Product should be tuned, made a little extra work to fit these needs. Remember that when you make business to business is company to company. What does this imply? Business to company business. What does mean for a sales guy?
In our world, that's mutual selling, meaning that the companies look and seek for synergy.
Good? Sure. But
Selling both ways.
but from the knowledge about the customer, what does imply? That probably you cannot talk with one guy. You need to talk with 5 people. You need to establish a good mapping. You need to understanding also what are the different needs. This is a complex solution. Just a simple who is going to decide for everyone. But in general terms, company to company is a complex game because you need to take into account not only one interface, but possible 3, 5 interfaces. In terms of sales concept, we saw in the last 130 years an evolution from product-oriented, solution-oriented, that is a little bit more sophisticated, but education, enablement, understanding of the customer needs. There are essentially 2 kinds of prospects. Client. Prospects and customers. Customers is someone where you already sold something. Prospect is someone where you are unknown. Require 2 different strategies, require 2 different ways to approach. Remember that in any case, selling to a customer is less. I can stay up to the evening, less expensive than selling to prospect. Word of mouth, references, referral, the way upsell, or any technique need to be used to work with your customer, because the customer is the essence for a sales guy. When you're going to make interview, how many of you interview with salespeople? Or hired salespeople? Interesting. So we can, the last part is going to be very interesting for you. A key point is to ask for portfolio. Who are the customers you are working with? So is your real assets as a salespeople your customer? Not only for your company, but even for you personally. The kind of customers, all these charts are very traditional in any university about business. You can find it, but are relevant to build up a common language in this initial part of a seminar. So you can have major account, someone where few decide for all business. For example, in retail, we were used to differentiate major account from tier 1 to tier 2 based on a very simple component. If one choose for all, is a tier 1. If instead one, even if you agree on an umbrella agreement, but you need then to interact with the other smaller part of a company, is a tier 2, because you need spread. In the tier 1, you can work with someone, give all your best effort, all your best discount, but it's a very narrow way to interact. In a tier 2, you need resources on the field, because you need to regain the order every time. 3 and 4 are much more close to the consumer when you need to develop a marketing technique to sell one to many, many, many. Are all of these things something you know already, common for you? Okay, good. How many salespeople are available? No. Okay, because otherwise I was already in love for you, so I was going to cry all afternoon. How many sales types?
Probably 2, because we have that on the headline.
He looks like clever. He looks like definitely clever. So one is the hunter. The hunter is the sales type every company would love to deploy when you needed to open new market. If you have to open new market, if you have to establish your presence somewhere where you are not, you're looking for sales hunters. And what is this, the other kind of sales?
Farmer.
What is the farmer?
The one who grows the customers and harvests the profit all the time.
It's a daily worker, I think, that the harvest orders each and every day, and the relationship is established.
But the wrongest possible action you can make is to put a hunter in the farmer, or the farmer in a hunter. An hunter position. Guys, it's very common. So it's relevant to understand your salespeople, because you need the right profile at the right time. Normally, the hunter is a bee-like, who go flower to flower. But the flower, someone needed to put something to make them growing. So totally different. The farmer is detail-oriented, action process planning-oriented. Do you expect the hunter to be detail-oriented? What is it? But it's just looking for everything moving around. So is relevant to take in account the two different kind of salespeople. Hunter live to get orders, live to get money. Farmer live to please. He is working with the customer, is working to develop a customer relationship, even the hunter. But the hunter want to close as much as possible because he's a bee, need to move to another flower. Different kind of sales.
I have a short question, if I may.
Sure you can.
Might there be a hybrid of both? Because in some businesses, for example, in ours, you have to look for new customers, but on the same side, when you acquire the customer, you need to keep him and
Absolutely, yes.
In this case, we would need like 2 salesperson working with actually the same customer, because one shoots it down, other one harvests it.
I would absolutely agree with you. This hybrid, we call it genius. How many? You have one in front of you, but there are not so many. It's really hard to find. It's really hard to find someone who really can have such a kind of double face or double ability to be good together. It's possible, definitely it's possible. From an organizational standpoint, what you should do then, you should apply, and we will see, a kind of ratio. Free hunter, then 10 farmers. And use hunter to develop and seed the flower, and then send someone else to back up and take care. So from an organizational standpoint, you can plan properly how to deploy your salespeople. Sorry. Then what is relevant? That you match properly, and that there is not something that is perfect. But normally you try to match prospect with hunter and customer with farmer. This is the most typical. And again, as I told you many times, so I will step forward very quickly. Selling to customer is far better. So in terms of productivity, and someone told this, in terms of margin and gross margin, definitely the farmer is the most productive if it is working very well, because a farmer can make upsales. What does mean upsales?
If you sell a computer, sell by the side mouse, bag,
Paper. If you sell a printer, you sell paper. So you needed to find anything else that you can sell on top of what is your primary sales point. New services, new product, and so on. Now, there are not only these two categories of sales. There is also someone else who is the sales influencer. Sales influencer is someone that you need to take in account because often your product by itself is not enough. Or you wanted to attack the Emirate, but you need a good partner. So you need someone who can deploy extra value to your primary proposition. This is sales influencer. You're not selling to him, but you need to take in account when you sell, either in terms of sharing margin, either in terms of training, either in terms of products, whatever is, there are always someone who can influence your sales. We spoke already a little bit about entering a new market. Other techniques that are possible to use when you are attacking new market is to take in account that you need to establish references. And to establish references, how can you establish references? By example, again, looking to you, sorry, because you were so kind to talk about the experience in United Emirates. But what would be the next steps to build up references in the United Emirates?
To go to exhibition,
Good. Then?
then to find someone who are speaking his language in Emirates, because they
Good.
respect native speaking.
Good. And what else? Any creative idea?
To go on vacation.
To go
On vacation.
on vacation?
Yeah.
Well, why not? Maybe you can invite in Italy. I can organize very well for you, for their customer over there. I mean, sure. No, I agree. This is relationship building. Good idea. But from an organizational standpoint, you needed to essentially buy a reference. The most powerful is to buy a reference. How you can buy a reference? Give units for free. Give them. Identify someone and say, can I open your store with my free products? I will leave it. By the way, nothing is for free. They will have to pay a lot in terms of services and so on. But we call it seeding units. You need, in terms of logistics, you need to prepare seeding units to establish your reference locally. Because once you have your local reference, you are becoming much more stronger. Do you agree? Good. Then, relationship, a very good idea. We call it in sales, incentive for customer. I can tell you my experience. I have a company in Italy, and I organize, and believe me, it was so hard. I am a distributor in Italy, so I sell to reseller, and I organize, now is already 5 years, a trip to New York. There is NRF. NRF is a specific trade show for retailer in New York. New York is a town that everyone want to go. So I set up, I become a travel agency. I set up a kind of incentive packet, and I gave this to my reseller and say, invite your prospect. Oh, it's very expensive. Yeah, but do you think what does mean spend a week with your customer together in New York, going everywhere together? You develop a kind of relationship that you can call at home your customer. But can I bring my customer instead of prospect? No, because customer is already your customer. Why you're investing? You should look for your hardest possible prospect and invite them to New York for 5 days. But, and if you tell me no, good, you save money. But you already got a perfect introduction. Next time you call, he will remember you are the one who invite him for 5 days in New York. And he will give you your access very quickly. Clever, okay. Last year, I brought 100 people, 60 from Russia and 40 from Italy. And we started the first year was 10. So, and I became like a travel agency, but because it was incentive for customer. How can I find a way to establish a relationship with my customer? If I knock the door and invite to talk about my products, I'm just another one, like many who are doing this. I need to find ways to get in access with these people who is relevant to me in a way that is informal, not formal as much as possible. Because then I build up a relationship. Then I can understand what these people need. Then I can evaluate if my product is good fitting for these needs. And if it is not good fitting, what I should do? Silent. Not talk about your product. Because there is a mismatch. Wait when you have a good offering for him. Ask for references. So in any case, a relationship in time, talking about ways to go, the way how you reach your customer can be, again, direct or indirect. Or can even e-commerce, I mean, you can even develop e-commerce. Whatever you choose is relevant, and you need to plan properly your actions. If you attack a market that is far from you, you need probably to rely on distributor. What is positive? That you do not have extra burning on investing locally, very minimal investment, but is unpredictable. If you do not put in place action. You can understand if the distributor is successful only after a little bit of time, if you do not put action in place. How many of you work with distributor? How often you talk with your distributor?
Every week.
How often you talk with the salespeople of your distributor?
The same every week.
Okay. Do you know what is the activity plan by each of your the salespeople of your distributor?
No.
And I do not trust you so much that you talk with the salespeople every week. I trust you talk with your reference every week or even every day. I agree on this. We'll talk a bit about this, but remember, working with distributor is something that requires an extra level of sophistication on managing sales. In essence, we will touch it very, very quickly. When you work with indirect channel, you need to set up. How many of you are coming from economical background? Free. Do you know the meaning of the word outsourcing.
Yes.
What is outsourcing?
Yes. Someone is doing the services for you that is cheaper for you to buy from them than doing that in-house.
Not only
Not
cheaper, but
necessarily
more
cheaper.
convenient or more reasonable.
Okay. Outsourcing is very well used on manufacturing. You have a zillion of examples of a company manufacturing in China because it's less expensive or whatever. What not everyone is taking account that using channel is like outsourcing your sales force. So once you apply this concept and paradigm, outsourcing sales force, everything that on outsourcing become relevant as well in this environment. On a successful outsourcing, you need to go and qualify the quality of manufacturing. You need to have people that control how the manufacturing is done. You need to have a very intensive way to interact. It's the same, exactly the same. We will touch it soon. On the other side, you can go direct. And once you go direct, if you needed to sell in Dubai or sell in South Africa, it's hitting a lot. Definitely there are very good point of view on this. You have a total control. You know very well what is happening, but is astonishing heavy investment and depend on your sales expectation. Not everyone can accept to open local branches from day zero and open market. And even more important, direct sales force have a limitation on, if it is a very good sales force, bandwidth. What I mean, if I have one sales guy, how many customers do you think I can take care of?
Depends.
On product, on what services you're selling.
How many? 10?
I can give you an example. One of our sales managers, I am taking from 300 to 400 customers, but also I have customers that you can work whole day with one customer. So it depends on the management and how many systems you have.
I agree. But she said 10. You told 100.
Different
100.
clients, different.
Definitely is based on customer. But I can tell you, my experience, 10 is already high. A direct sales guy who is working with a complex organization, selling solution, working to get upsales, working to get a new opportunity, manage maximum of 6, 8. Over this, you are not productive anymore. You can do? Sure you can do. But you become non-productive because these people cannot deploy enough bandwidth, enough energy, enough focus, enough attention to the customer, and need to follow someone a lot and someone else not a lot. And you lose the one because then the competition go exactly where you are not. Presence at your customer is a key point to get sales. And to get presence, you need bandwidth. And to have a bandwidth, you need people. So when you choose this approach, you need to take in account that working with one or two sales guy will give you maximum of reachable. And you probably 10 reachable. Nothing bad. Clearly, when you have a direct customer connection, so you have a team who is going to work very definitely, with very focused on customers, you get a good benefit. That you know very well what is the customer need and what are possible ways to sell more. When you work instead with the reseller, distributor, or structured ways, then you need to rely on salespeople of your reseller. An error is to consider, and I saw this as a real error, to consider in terms of margin flow your reseller as your customer. They are your customer, definitely. But in terms of margin, they are not belonging to the environment out of you, are part of you. If you stay with your outsourcing model, when you are to someone, does not mean that you are giving a. You are just controlling a profit way. So the marginality that use channel belong to your marginality. Follow me? Because I see someone with the eyes. When you build up your business plan and build up the cost of your product, and you expect that 40% is gross margin, by example, or even 100% is the gross margin. Then when you build up the P&L, you normally need to take in account your cost. Then you have your real income. Do you agree with me? Good. So product, margin, the first level of margin, cost of sales, cost of administration, cost of logistic, and then I have my real income. The trick is that whenever you use channel, you need to decrease the cost of sales. So the margin stays stable. Is your cost of sales that need to go down. It's not that you need to pay channels out of your gross margin. You need to pay channels out of your cost of sales. Do you understand? You follow me? Again. Okay. Whatever you think is unclear, tell me. But this is another big trap of many companies fell down, to consider channels just as someone who is stealing my gross margin. No, is taking out my cost of sales. Is a totally different concept. So we go back. Now we go indeed a little bit more in detail on what does mean sales cycle. Planning, introduction. Logistic-wise, we have 11:45. 11:45 coffee break. Question, presentation. These are the typical steps of a sales cycle. We already touched this, so I go quickly. There is a mathematics associated. You remember I told you before about mathematics. And now, I call it mathematics, but it would be a little bit inappropriate. Is in reality rule of thumb. Do you mean a rule? Do you know what does mean rule of thumb? Something that you do not have a real metric precision, and you measure by thumb. So it is not really a mathematics in a real way, but is a matter of experience. If you wanted to achieve one order, I can also show this in this way. If you wanted to achieve one order, we go reverse. Then you need to talk with a minimum of 3 qualified that you consider ready to buy customers. To get this free, you need to have 9 people you talk with. If you present, if you wanted to have this 9, you need to have 9 by 3, 27, who you are interacting. If you wanted to have this, you need to have 27 by 300 possible qualified leads. And then you could even go back. So there is a kind of mathematics. So one of the first things that I do when I manage salespeople, and I ask for forecast. Then what I do to real assess what is going to be the year. I divide by 3. Whatever my salespeople come, or vice versa, I push to get 3 times the quota in the pipeline, in the forecast, in order to be sure to achieve the quota. Otherwise, I know that I'm in danger, that I will not achieve my quota. Rule of 3, because allow you to understand the numbers dynamics that are behind the sales cycle. If you have 20 customers, how many orders can you expect? At the best, 1. If you have if you are in this position, so there are 27, we said before, roughly 1. So you need to take in account, because when a sales guy says, oh, I have a forecast, 500,000, 600,000, in your mind, okay, I can expect 200. Good? Now, if you're working from an international perspective, going again to what some of you was focused on, definitely you need to talk about language, local law rules, local body language. We will see something. I'm sure you will find it very interesting, and you need to plan properly. Do not expect that you are opening a market and then you get an order in 1 year. Japanese company, when they plan for market opening, think in terms of 5 years. American company, 3 years. That's why fail more than Japanese. But need to plan. Otherwise, and long-term planning. We talked already about referrals. You were making a good comment about the trade show. Clever, is very good. Whatever is the way how you can get in touch with the potential customers, prospects on that specific target market. And do not be shy, or do not try to avoid investment. Could be very relevant to buy international market research to understand market dynamics, because you need to understand this unknown market and every source of information. Now, luckily enough, there is a lot of information on internet that can be really very powerful. Then you need also to understand what are the local value, what is really valuable on your offering, product or solution for this unknown customer. Normally, the value is what in the process, sales process, we name as benefit, customer benefit. Customer does not buy our products. I was talking about a specific product to sell in Russia. And I was getting a presentation by my product specialist. I'm talking about a product to weight money. So count money through weighting. You put a bunch of bills of rubles and you have instantly the number of banknotes. Good. And the value. Good. So I was asking them, what is the benefit for your customer? And I asked to you, what is the benefit of selling a product like this?
Saving time.
Saving?
Time.
Avoiding mistakes.
Good. Only two speaking? Come on, what is the benefit?
Additional value for the customer who comes to the end user, basically, because he trusts the other person more if he has high-end tech.
So accuracy on the number. Let me go back on the saving time, because I like it very much. What does mean? How to present this concept to a customer? Depend if you know or not. Little bit about the customer, but I was trying to strike the mind of my salespeople saying, guys, you are selling time saving. You should say that you, as my dear customer, you can go home quicker. You can go to the gym quicker. You can go to the school of your kids quicker. These are the real benefits of the product you're selling. Talking about accuracy or whatever are all relevant. But what would strike the mind of the people that is in front of you? If you talk about accuracy or precision, or I'm here, I give you also another example. About 15 years ago, I got a phone call, cold phoning from New York. Hello, it was a nice lady, nice, I don't know, but from the voice was nice, blah, 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 blah. I want to talk with you because I want you to become rich. Now, this is a very clear statement about the benefit. Now, you can trust, believe, and obviously I was not becoming rich, otherwise I would be already in Polynesia, not here. But in some extent, she gained my attention. Again, if I'm selling this banknote measure or money counting, I needed to really assess what are the benefits I'm giving to my customer or my prospect. This lady was assuming that was interested in this. Another example, all real life. I was working for this company. The American company I was working for is NCR. It's the oldest in the international environment, IT environment. And I left this company 3 times. And then I was hired back, always. And the first time I left and I started a new business on video conferencing. What you were talking before on CBT, on making training using video. And I was developing this company, or the first internet in Italy. Then a guy from UK came and said, Alex, I know you build all your own company. Would you like to build another company with our money? Yes. Again, simple statement that strike quickly to the benefit that you intend to deliver. This is the essence of being successful. We already spoke about distributor, dealer, and the reseller. When you enter a market and you do not have a sales presence, you need to plan properly how to develop your presence. And you need then map this presence with the kind of customer you're looking for. Tier 1, Tier 2, by geographic. By the way, you will get a copy of this video and a video about this and a copy of all the slides. So you do not have to just take in account of every slide, but notes are clearly welcome. Okay, then we finish the selling cycle.
I have a
Question, yes.
When you talk about sales funnel, yes?
Yeah.
At which point usually sales people overestimate their deals? There was in the first step X300, in the next, if I remember correct,
We can go to
X3
see.
and so on. So at which step salespeople usually overestimate? As you
Okay.
said, it's always X3 less when we say, yes? Well, yes, here.
Okay.
So at which point usually we overestimate their sales?
I mean,
You said that usually it is 3 times less when we came and said, I'll make this year like 1,000 sales. And you say it will be 3 times less, yes?
yeah.
So at which point we usually overestimate their prospects?
I mean, more and more you go through the sales cycle, and more your estimation are qualified. And actually, and correct. And actually, when you build up a forecast, you need also to qualify. Are you in qualification questioning phase? Are you in presentation overcoming object? Or are you in the closing? Because you know, if you tell me that your forecast is about 300 orders, but you are here, you need to split by these numbers. That's why I was at the start I was telling you, often people do not care enough on the stage of a sales cycle you are. And the assessment of the stage is very vital to properly plan and forecast.
And which stage we usually omit? Like
As usually what?
omit.
Omit.
Uh,
Oh, many. I would say that almost every. Definitely, this stage is applied too early. Because when you make a presentation, you should know who you are talking with, what are the expectations of you are talking with, and what is looking for.
So
If you skip the questioning and go straight forward from introduction to presentation, you're making something wrong. And if you're making closing, so you're placing a proposal that is not just more sophisticated presentation, but you do not take in account possible risk and discuss about objection, then again you are in difficulty. So we see again all this because this is just the sales cycle. Now we are going to review this in little bit of in more detail, taking account the processes that are associated to the sales cycle. The sales cycle is just a frame, a way to see the sales through major categories. Now we are going to detail out each of these categories, which kind of action should imply. So when you sell and you go for the first time to meet, I think you already attended many seminars about the elevator speech. Did you? Do you know what does mean elevator speech? How you succeeded to impress your dating partner. You will use your best. But you know that you have a few seconds. After these few seconds, can be a few minutes, few days, but after this short period of time, you play your cards, and if are good, if are bad. So you need to really understand that, the sales guy need to develop a kind of a stereotype on how to make a good impression when he's going to meet. And the attitude of a sales guy is not to convince the poor customer that what you're offering is absolutely the best, but to convince him that what you're offering is useful for him, personally, from an organizational point of view, or whatever. Another question that I'm also often asked, and I recognize, and again, this is an area of differentiation in terms of a culture. Here, people are much more shy than in other countries. Being Italian, pasta-oriented, I am very not shy. So one of the questions I'm asking very often is, what's your life goal? What's your personal life goal? What do you expect to do? How long are you expecting to work in your company? What you would like to be next year? How can I help you? Sorry?
To have your own company and succeed.
Sure. Otherwise I would not have the
And
company.
I have one day still work.
Good. So if the answer is I expect to have my own company, then you as a sales guy need to be always aware when you talk with this gentleman or lady that this is the lady expectation and goal, personal, internal goal. And whatever you're offering in terms of relationship building, again, remember, as a sales guy, customers are your real asset, your pocket, your value. A relationship with your customer is more important than what you sell to them. From this perspective, you need to build up relationship, and you need to understand what are they really looking for. And then once you develop a relationship, then you can fit properly your offering to what these people, we spoke about company to company sales, but ultimately, in any case, is a relationship between people. So with these people expect. Definitely, An expectation by every one of your customer is that if you come and meet and talk about, you have to be enthusiastic on what you're saying. I mean, I'm here to talk about the new product that they forced me to come here to present you. Now, I was just exaggerating to make a little bit of, but passion is something that you need to be able to show. If you are not able to show, you're not a sales guy. Do I show you passion in what I'm doing?
Yeah.
And do you think it's real or fake?
Italian macaroni, spaghetti.
I can tell you it's real. I mean, I whatever I do for fun. If I would do something that I'm not really passionate about, I'm not doing. I'm not interested. I am at the stage of maturity, seniority, that I can even decide to do what I want. If I want to do something or whatever. So passion is something that I apply. But any good sales guy, you identify on them, you can see them. They are passionate on sales. Little bit of history, but I do not want to spend too much time. But there are, again, we touched it a little bit earlier, different ways, old style, modern style. A new style of sales is focused on customer, not on products. So whatever you're doing, people that are on sales are strategic for a company. A company where product managers or product-driven people are strategic is not sales-oriented. Sales should be ranked in the organizational chart high, not because it is by itself relevant, but because it's the only way to reach and make profitable this company, to reach your company, to reach your customer. The role of a good sales guy is to be a bridge, to be able to connect market, customer need with company solution, company product. So it's a key role. It's one of the most important roles that I can find, because without a bridge you cannot go. You need to deep in the water, and maybe you can sail or not. The skill set that you need to develop, especially on the spoken communication, require attention. Skill set, what is the difference between a skill and talent?
Talent
Skills
is
to be
born.
developed.
Skill you get.
You can find sales talented people with a talent on sales, because lucky enough, God give to us many benefits, and someone can be with a talent. But everyone can get sales skill. It's just a matter of pay attention, dedication. You can become a good swimmer, you make a lot of sport. I see you. Come on, you have a body that tells me that you make a lot of sport. But you do it. And doing it, you become skilled. Again, it's the same. So you need to learn many things. By example, how to be effective in communication, how to structure the communication, how to place questions. We go on detail very soon. Even we said before, one of the key points is listening. But there are also different ways to listen. You can be passive listening, you can be active listening, you can be reflective listening. And are all valid. Nothing is bad or good, but you need to be aware that are also in the term of you hear people, you listen people, are different ways. How would be an example of passive listening?
No question.
We are still talking about passive, about listening. So questioning is another action. Thank you for your comment. But the difference between passive and active, you were just showing. An active listening is language speaking, body language speaking. I give a feedback to the guys with my head nodding, with not saying nothing, but your body is speaking for you.
But there could be also small questions.
Yeah, sure.
When is reflect-
Sure.
When is reflect?
Yeah, reflective listening is something that is about you. When, by example, it happened to me quite often. If I attend a seminar, very often listening the seminar and listening the speakers activate in my mind new thinking. And I started to make association between what the speaker is saying and something else that is not exactly there at that moment told by the speaker, but inside me is activating ways of thinking about. So it's in any case positive, and in any case is deep interaction. It's not just simple listening in a passive way that push out of me everything that is coming to me. There are many ways to prepare how you're going to make a proposition. Now we are looking to the sales cycle and we go in detail. So the sales cycle where you are preparing, you are at the preparing stage. Before going to meet anyone, you need to be prepared about who are you going to meet and what are the value you can give to them. And the value you can give to them is product driven, solution driven, but you need to have a very clear in your mind. And they need to be few. You cannot set in mind, okay, I'm going to talk to Raimonda because I want to talk her about POSs, service about POSs, printers, and she should buy from me because I am the biggest supplier and my best price. How many do that? Many. So you need to identify what is your unique value. What is your unique selling proposition? We told before the waiting machine for counting money. The unique value is time. You are giving away to benefit time. So whatever your product offer is, you need to develop an associated feature, advantage, benefit, or unique selling proposition. Or even more sophisticated, unique perceived benefit. Sometimes what you think is a benefit is perceived, you need the difference between real and perception, is perceived in a different way. So you need to take into account all this to enrich your preparation and to enrich your way you go to customer. Then, even if you do this exercise, you need to tune it to the market. If you go to Dubai and you are offering a very beautiful Christian gold necklace, maybe is not exactly the good way. You can develop your perfect sales proposition, but you're talking to Muslims who have another and different acceptance and expectation. So again, I just highlighted the paradox, but I wanted just to again highlight, you need not only to develop your unique selling point, but be sure that is matching with what are the expectation of who you're going to meet with. I go skip very quickly. Now, we are still again preparation phase. So I prepared, I developed my understanding about the unique selling proposition, how to find customers, how to generate lead. We told before, word of mouth, but you need also to understand why these people would accept to talk with me. What is the value on talking with me?
What are the target group for?
What are the target group? I'm delivering trust, integrity, the way how people would like to meet me? Good. Take in account that everyone is important. Everyone is important when you approach a company. When I mean everyone is that not necessarily the receptionist is less important than the president. From your perspective, everyone counts. Give you another example, not specifically associated with sales, but my life. When I started to work, I was working in a company that was, NCR, was starting to approach the PC business. I'm talking about 1983. IBM introduced the first PC in 1983. Apple introduced in 1979. So we are very early stage of the PC industry, personal computer industry. In this company, no one know anything about PC. I was the only one who knows. So I spoke to the receptionist. I said, don't worry, because she was scared by incoming call and she was not able to handle. She said, don't worry, whenever you have a problem, someone is asking for PC, if you want, you can ask me and I will give an answer. In 3 years, I became the director of the PC business because everything was conveyed on me. The receptionist, for me, was the first most important person that I could talk with. Not my boss, not the president, not the general manager, but just simply the receptionist. Because through this, I was able to convey leads to become qualified leads and sales. Just an example again. When you approach for the first time or starting to approach a company, everyone counts, can be very powerful. Clearly, who you're addressing with is important, but everyone can help to collect information. Develop your elevator speech. Stay with a kind of integrity. In sales, unfortunately, there are very often situations where you can be in difficulties due to integrity, but you need to defend your integrity. When I mean integrity is to make a clean business where you do not accept to find a different route to reach the results. Then, plan. Be positive, show positiveness, make a follow-up. Another fault that my people on sales was doing was very good on the starting time. When I was pushing, you needed to call, make phone call. Then, after the phone call, was a follow-up. But they were not showing me that they were not interested. So what? Call again. Call again. It's just a matter of timing, but follow-up is relevant. And stay focused. Now, some suggestion about prospecting. Need to be organized. Prospecting means we are still in the preparation and qualification phase. Do activities to develop lead and qualify lead. So you need to be prepared. A good way to make it is to prepare a script. And you underline and you write down on your script what are the cornerstones that are relevant on executing a meeting, cold phone, or whatever. The trap, when you are in the first meeting or qualifying call, you don't have to sell anything. Don't sell. You need to just move one step forward on the sales cycle. You need to understand who you are talking with, not to talk too much about your offering, not sell. After your initial contact, you need to present yourself. Present who you are, but what again is most important is what you are able to deliver to the counterpart. The lady who called me and said, I'm calling you because I want you to become rich. She gained my attention for at least 5 minutes. Then we came over that it was not relevant for me because it was asking $4 million investment. But nevertheless, she was telling me, I will give you back 10. So it was interesting. But she gained the attention because she was delivering to me very clear benefit. When you make a cold call, remember that a cold call are whatever any good and important people learn to do. And there are, again, very, very strong similarities to dating, as I said before. You're calling someone that does not know you. What do you do? What do you do when you meet, you see a friend of yours that this guy is really what I want? What are your actions?
Joke.
Joke? Yeah, why not? Joke? Joke about him or just tell a joke? Because if you joke about him, he ran out. What do you do when you see this guy? But maybe you are married. Sorry, but it's just hey, okay. When you identify your future husband as someone you wanted to get in touch with, what did you do?
Just introduce myself, but just in a.
Are you the husband? Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling?
Just a situation. I don't know. Just introduce myself, but in a funny or in an interesting way, not just general. Hi, I am just Monica.
Now, clearly, it is not useful to make a cold call with a funny way because not necessarily on the other side someone can understand. But the concept here is to be able to convey on your voice, on the way you approach, even on just a simple phone call, ability to capture the attention. And you can do it if you have the tone of your voice that is sexy. And if you are, the sexy tone is important. If you talk, again, if you talk flat or you, good morning, I am Alex. Can I talk with Raimonda, please? It's different saying, good morning, I am Alex. Can I talk with the IT director of IKI? It's totally different.
So Raimondo is IT director of Wiki.
Could be. So, is different. The way how you talk with is definitely important. We talk about this because I look at the time. When you're planning your meeting, the first meeting, so we are still preparation. You need also to take in account who you are going to meet. How many people are going to meet you? Who of you are on sales? There were a lot. How many times you ask the meeting attendees, the number of meeting attendees? How many times you check if you're going to meet 2, 3, 5, 6 people? Are you sending the meeting agenda before?
Sometimes. It depends on customer.
I agree. This is a very good answering. But as a general rules, it's important to send an agenda because you should reach the point when you ask a meeting. At that point, you should know about the people, what the people are looking for. So it's relevant to remind in the agenda setting that you are asking a meeting for that specific benefit that you want to deliver. The first meeting goal, I endless repeat, is not to sell, is to gather information, to understand who you're making business with. So, company profile is not the last. Establish a personal relationship. Establish a kind of link with who you're starting to meet with that probably is going to become your future customer. Then, if you have opportunities, coffee break, lunchtime, or whatever, when you set up the first meeting, if possible, would be better to make it at the end of the morning, so you have the excuse to invite for lunch. And if you invite for lunch, then in an informal way, you can start to ask questions about people life that can in a formal meeting would not be appropriate, but at the coffee break and the lunchtime you can start. Do you have kids? What you normally do? What even your husband doing or your wife doing? Whatever is relevant in terms of relationship building, in order to understand the counterpart. Then in the formal area of a meeting, learn about the prospect business. What does mean? If you are trying to sell something and you are meeting, example, I'm trying to sell again a retail solution for retailer, and I'm meeting a team of people where there are the logistic guy, and the logistic guy is going to highlight all the logistic part of his business. How much is relevant to you? Probably nothing. Or probably yes, but probably is just a misleading and is going to destroy your meeting objectives. So it's very important that you understand the processes inside the company, how the company is going to work, how the trading pattern is deployed. Then, a key element of this, you remember we were in preparation, then we came to the first meeting. Now is a good time for asking. Understand the actual needs. Understand what is the competitive environment. Are you going to meet someone that is in love for someone else? Something that really, again, many young salespeople are scared of is to ask about the budget. If someone has no budget for this year, what should you do? Spend time? Yes, you shift on relationship building for the next year, but you do not expect anything now. And it is not worthwhile to spend too much time, because you, as a sales guy, your time is very valuable and you need to make it very productive. So you needed to go on customer where you have expectation and then the customer has a budget. Many of my salespeople never ask for the budget. But if you go to sell and you do not have a understanding about the budget, it's nonsense. Decision asking and assessing the decision process, and if you're going to lose, what you're going to risk. Sometimes the losing is bringing so much damages that probably is not worthwhile to risk for. So you need to understand and assess what you're losing on the winning and what you're losing on losing, what you can lose if you lose the business, and what are the winning, or even the winning risk. There are ways to place question. A run meeting is what are your two main this year. Most important difficulty is to run your business, your role, your activity in the company. And then build around this the possible bridge between me and them. How can I help? And fun enough, as a normal way, people is willing to talk with you. It's just a matter of asking. So again, shy, not good on sales. You need to be able to ask. Politely, positively, but ask. And I just said connect questions, answer to your questions with your ability to fulfill. If you can, move forward. If you cannot, stay on the relationship building. Sorry, it was too fast. Then, once you are placing question not only about open question and about the problem, but you needed to go in detail and try to understand what are the real root cause of the problem of your possible customer. And then, again, use this for you. There are techniques, is not mine, true, or is mine? Because mine is we use this opportunity of an incoming phone call to stop, get coffee break, and then moving forward. I'm available in these 15 minutes for anyone who wanted to place question, but we have 15 minutes for the coffee. Do you agree? Yes. Happy about that? Yeah. Good. How are we going so far? Touching things that are interesting to you? Good. Ciao. So funny to see.
With Jurate, you remember Jurate?
Yes.
Yeah, she just had eye operation and hiding.
Okay. Ah, you're right there. Yeah. We can. Can you hear me? So, what is the best intake you had this morning?
It's actually from our talk, the small things that matter.
Yeah, I mean, can be.
At least for me.
Sure. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. So waiting for everyone coming back. Tell me, what is the best thing you heard today, this morning? Tell me.
The best was your smile this morning.
Smiling. Okay, good. Smiling is important. Questioning. Okay. What was the best intake for you this morning?
You're Italian talking, I think.
My Italian talking, ok, but I'm talking in English. Se parlassi in italiano sarebbe tutto diverso.
Sexy voice.
Sexy voice, ok, it's important. What is your
I'm joining you.
yeah, this is what I was going to say. You just joined.
Yes.
What was your most important intake this morning?
Just you have to start from communication, not for selling. Just saying what you want to do.
You? Pick up one. I at least I have one thing you have to say thanks to me, that I remind you when you meet together. That is always an important time. So what is your intake for this morning? The most important things that you got in your pocket?
Everything you said was everything I pretty much knew, so just reminding
Okay.
important things.
Anything one that you get? Oh, Alex, that was
Probably about the calling
calling. Okay.
and your
Sorry.
voice.
And my voice. Really? What has my voice?
It's really attracting.
Okay. Special.
It's nice to listen to.
Okay. I can tell you about this voice, just again, a little bit of story. When I met my wife when I was 20 years and she was 17, I was in graduation on university, and we spoke for a month only on the voice. And she said, I was in love for your voice. So actually, you were right. What was your intake?
Yes, I understood that I'm a hunter.
Oh, you are a hunter.
Yes.
Why?
Because all the time I'm looking for new clients and looking for new markets.
Okay. Do you feel hunter or farmer? I know. I know the answer.
I like to keep my clients.
No, you're a hunter.
Come on.
Come on. You are a hunter. Just look at you. You are a hunter.
Come on, I keep that.
What about you're smiling? How you talk? How you open your eyes when you talk? Your body language
But I
say that
keep
you're a
that
hunter.
too. Come on.
Hunter keep customer. I'm not saying that they leave customer. What your intake?
Actually, I should feel like a genius because I'm a hunter and a farmer.
Okay, good. Self-confidence. Anything else? Anyone else wanted to say just a quick intake for this morning?
In the middle.
You are in the middle.
Yeah, because my role requires that.
But what you got this morning that is really valuable for you?
I would stay still in the middle. Because I think when you get the customer, you need to work with it. And we don't have others who can take over the customer and have assistance, but still you need to give attention to the customer because he will run away the other person.
Okay, sure. So, organization. In reality, what you're telling me is, for me, is important how I'm organizing, because I needed to cover multiple activities and multiple roles. That's valuable. So, if we go back, we are in the phase of preparation, questioning, understanding. There are also techniques. For example, if you're dealing with a big company, account mapping is relevant. There are companies who in USA, in Germany, Italy, who are consultants who lives just about teaching on account mapping. What does mean account mapping? In essence, is ability to develop a map of a power, of influencing, of organization in your prospect or customer that will allow you to develop a winning plan. So you need to gather from an organizational point of view, what are the roles, what are the power, what are the budget, what are the goals, organizational goals. From a personal standpoint, what is the real actual role? What is real personal goals? What is the environment where the people is working for? And competition. Once you collect the various information and you are to a stage where you develop how you want to propose, then you need to define a sales strategy, not channel strategy. At this point, we are talking about sales strategy. Should I go and convince and inform the customer that I am the number one in my market? So should I play directly a leading role because I am the first, the best? Or if I do not feel such a strong positioning, should I split where I am a real leader and play on this and act in a way that will shadow where I am not a real leader? Can I change the purchasing criteria so where I am not the number one is less and less relevant and where I am number one become real important? Splitting, if my offering, then I need to find a way how to split my offering. Otherwise, the weakest part will draw me down and will kill me. If I am weak, because I really understand that my sales proposition is not good enough to close, what should I do? What is my sales strategy? Should I go away? Should I stay? And if I stay, should I focus on a relationship? Should I develop some action to create a problem to my competition in order to prepare? Back in the 90s, you know IBM? IBM is very famous, well-known market leader on computers. IBM was teaching FUD to his salespeople: fear, uncertainty, and doubt. If you are weak and you cannot, it's not me, I'm just underlining that what in the market people can use different technique. If you are a loser and you know that you are losing, but you want to create and prepare future business, then you can develop and deploy information about how weak are the other and create FUD. It's just a technique to gain time. It's not a winning technique, because every time you speak badly about your competition, you are speaking badly about you as well. But can be useful to highlight the weakness of the other to gain time and come back when your product solution is better fitting with the customer requirement. Then, assuming we did all our job, we make an understanding, we calculate, we assess very what is mixed solution proposal. Then I am at the understand also you need to do it at the right selling time in the selling cycle, and you need to be prepared with a few winning key points. Do you like long standing presentations? No. No one like. Your customer as well. Do you want to be sure that sharp, focused, body language, but at the end you need to be sure that what you're saying is simple. So you're telling something that the customer wants to learn. Cycle can also be time. if you made a marvel work on preparation, going to present, you're just striking. Say, yes, I love you. Perfect. Close. Get engaged. Otherwise, it's better to do not oversell. In time, but very, very all the things that you were studying and preparing. So the real action.
But when you present things, what is the timing? Is normal timing? You should get the feedback.
Feedback. You needed to prepare and ask for feedback. Most valuable thing that you can get. Or when you want to open up for question time, and they said feedback is the most important because
different
market. What I'm talking about the presentation. Every market, whatever you are, again, but business to business, any kind of business, feedback is always welcome. Extra value. Don't be afraid. Shy attitude. If you're presenting, you cannot be shy. You needed to be able to communicate. We were talking before about listener. Spend a little bit of time to make start that establish same outcome in similar. Again, body language is relevant as in anything, but you are presenting time, your best need to come out. Then is pushing me to go faster. We talk about how to end forward. It's not only of okay, I refresh position, but you need to drive back again your sales. So shift from that are against and highlight the negative. To stay on the benefit side, normally your keep the view in the sense the frame that you are running negotiation after the presentation and objection. You need to take in account all positive contribution to overall win to solution. And you need to take in account what are the wish list and what ready to trade. Normally, the typical discussion is, but pricing is really one and not the most important element of any business. Definitely pricing. You need to spend more time in order to qualify what are the others. Because when you play only on pricing, I can guarantee to you, there is always someone behind the corner who is able to make a price that is lower than you. Always. Whatever you do. So you need to combine price, value, benefit all together to reach a point where your total proposition is a significant winning for your customer. Whenever you're talking about price, you know one thing. In the selling cycle, when price discussion would be important? Tired? Think about. In the negotiation, if you are not talking about the price, but the counterpart is talking about price, what is the feedback you are collecting? What is the customer is telling to you? Sorry? Repeat? Too high price.
I think that everything is okay
To
and we can move forward.
the high price is always, don't worry, whatever you offer is always high. No debate, no debate. But the good point is that if the counterpart is starting to talk about price, means ready to close. You needed to debate about all the other things, but is giving a feedback to you. Okay, I understood your product, blah, blah, blah. Now I want to talk about the price. It's now time to understand you're moving forward on the selling cycle because he is already in the purchasing mood. Otherwise, would not talk. Otherwise, the objection would be, no, it's not fitting, no, it's not good, it's black, I wanted white, German people is offering something that is more complex, it is too easy. So, discussion. But when he's starting to ask for price, is in any case a good feedback. Good feedback. In your selling cycle, you move forward. You're approaching the closing time. And then as you, as a sales guy, what you should do? More often than what you would expect, do not give the price. Because would be the wrong time. Would be used against you. If someone is asking in the sales cycle, in the sales process, price point, he is driving as a purchaser. And he wants to keep the control of a selling cycle, not you as a sales guy. And he's asking, so you should not say the price. Ask again, continue on the questioning, put in your pocket that you are already closer on the selling cycle, but not answering to the price. Okay, but what are the term and conditions? What are the delivery costs? What are the payment terms? What is the competition? What is the competition offering? So, welcome back. We were missing you. So, do not accept to close just at the time. That is another trap. You are not closing because it can be also fake question. So you need to validate how much is good, but in any case, in general, it's positive because the discussion is moving forward. Some tips on managing the negotiation. Be ready for alternatives. Not stay again just on price. To drive price. Coming back to the price. Tell me the price. That time is also good to ask for competition, but also ask for volume. At what time did you talk about volume? If someone asks me for the price, I should be ready to say, if you buy 3 times what we are planning for, I'm ready to give you a good price. So sell up. It's a good time. He exposed himself as a purchaser, and now is your time to expose yourself as a sales guy. It's something that you needed to develop inside you. Before starting, be ready to trade in some concession. I mean, to be ready to give something, because purchaser people, any purchaser people, like sales, get passionate on selling. Purchaser get passionate on getting some extra. I am a sales guy, but I can guarantee to you that whenever I'm going to buy something, if I buy something at discount, and if someone does not give me discount, I go away. Just because I develop my attitude that I want that you as a sales guy be ready to give something to me. So be always ready to give some concession. Not necessarily is a matter of pricing by itself. Can be logistic, can be cost of transportation, can be payment terms, can be something that give it to him or her personally the passion about being a purchaser. Going forward, clearly, when you are negotiating, you need to have a sales skills, but not enough. You need also to have a trading knowledge. In my life, I saw many times sales done without not charging the transportation cost, just because the sales guy forget. But to move from logistic perspective your goods to someone can be expensive and sometimes even like the good itself. We were selling a very complex service unit for stores. Moving one of these units, the unit cost was about $25,000, $20,000. Just moving is $2,000. 10%. It's not 2%. Okay. Clearly, you needed to have a very good communication, but on sales, and we'll touch it very close. So, sales cycle, questioning, gather information, made the presentation, starting the negotiation phase. Now we are at the closing time. So, we can ask for the closing, signature. You know what is the most typical answer? What is the most typical answer when you ask for signature?
They say we need to talk.
I need to ask to my boss. Something wrong in the process. How can be that you reach that point and someone answered to you, I needed to ask the signature of my boss? You are talking with someone who is not good for you. You are making the proposal at the wrong time, because then you should get in touch with his boss. Sometimes, or maybe is correct, is just the trading pattern that require 4 signatures in the company and you need to handle. But always I started to suspect what was wrong on my sales action if this guy now at this stage when I was expecting to get the order answered to me that he needed to get approval from someone else. Something is wrong. About the rest, we will service offering, but this I think I needed to teach you. The end of your sales cycle and again, because the selling cycle is a cycle. You got the order, good, but the order does not close the loop. You need to continue to be sure that the delivery is good. You are responsible in the eyes of your customer about the closing cycle of the order itself, and you need to prepare for the next order. Good. Questions so far? I already kill you. Are you alive?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Are you alive? Are you enjoying? Okay. And I even not start with the jokes. I'm just talking about business. So now we spend the next half an hour, 40 minutes about selling skills. We spoke about how relevant is have skills on sales. Listening skills, questioning skills, body language skills, art of listening. Mastering the listening is the most important things that a sales guy or sales girl need to develop. And unfortunately, most of the companies does not really train enough have sales learning extent. You need to develop like the Indians are talking about the third eyes. It's a air customer, and you need to develop your ability to have intuition on listening. There are more out of what is about circumstances and even what intuition can develop. Listening, we were talking before, is a technique when you give feedback, nod, or even, as you correctly say, talk and repeat what you listen. Check understanding is a good technique. Place open question is just a part of listening, the sense of I'm not narrowing my question to bring the customer where I want, but I'm really open to listen everything that can come from the customer. You already told eyes contact, look in the eyes of the people when you talk is relevant. When you listen, it's not a matter of courtesy, but it's also in terms of economy of your negotiation or selling cycle to do not interrupt. You need to allow people to finish because who knows whatever you can collect from the remaining words. How you handle. If you're working and you're listening, do you think it would be appropriate to answer to a phone or your mobile or show that you did not put the mobile in mute mode? So are really important. So the body language is really important. Technique. In a talking, there is the attitude, especially by prospect and customer, to deliver key information at the end, not at the start. Just 5 minutes before leaving, at the handshaking, something can happen. Be ready to listen. Because the start of any kind of meeting, especially with people that do not know each other, is a protective attitude. You do not have a tendency to open up yourself and you listen. Not you as a speaker, as a sales guy, but the purchaser tend to listen, not speak too much, but you start with open question and people start to talk and the talking continue, but still not conveying vital information. I'm at the end, very often. Comments and attitude always on positive and not negative. Nothing bad about competition. Good, you are just simple but the other is good. Because if you competition, you draw down your listening means also the ability to be humble. Ability to really listen the others because the others has value to tell me. One of the typical is even in a family or with friends, when someone is listening but not listening because he's not hearing. Even Leonardo was saying, but just preparing. They are thinking what to say after, not really listening what he is telling or her telling. Now, humility means really to listen and not to prepare the next steps. Then, the art of questioning. How to drive a conversation, how to show interest, how to stimulate the buyer to tell. And it's not something that there are technique, but it's also a skill, ability to practice and ability to place open question and make people feel comfortable to tell you something else. Shyness. Remember, buyers are very keen to tell you more. It's just a matter of establish the right environment and the right way to get people telling you, but they are willing to tell you. Be sure that when you ask, people answer. And sometimes you can just open an avalanche of talking. Be patient. Listen. You were asking for? So, tips. Speak slowly. If you are working on a foreign market, probably you're using English. Like me, using my spaghetti English, but at the end is working and is effective. As we said, passion, heart is more important than technique, and you need to digest technique to transform that in passion. Be ready to follow your feelings and intuition are fundamentally powerful. If your feeling is telling you that the people in front of you is not listening or or are disengaging or whatever, follow your feeling. Stay simple. More complex you are, more people tend to lose you, tend to think about themselves. Use the right tone. Tone is just a part of communication, we told before. If I tell you, I am very interested about you. What you're talking is really, really striking me. Or, I'm very interested about you. What you're talking is really, it's impacting me so much. Now, obviously, I'm just highlighting, but tone, the way you position yourself is relevant as much as what you say. The open questions are normally useful, but there is always time that you need to start to make closed question, because you need to start to drive the negotiation, discussion, presentation, or whatever to where you want. At the end, you ask for the meeting, try to sell, so you are the responsibility to keep driving. Normally, the closed questions are not at the start of a meeting, because do you like a black or white? White. Oh, sorry, thank you. I have only black. No, you needed to open question, but then, dom, like a funnel, go down. It's up to you. The way are you able to drive. Asking and listening. An example that I use often. One of the most powerful technique that I use to know people is simple. I play with you. May I? I allow you to place me 2 questions. And I can tell you that I will answer the truth, even if we are in a seminar. I will tell you exactly true, and you are open to place me any kind of question you want.
Okay, the first question goes like, did you find something similar to pizza in the film?
Okay. What else?
What else? No.
The second question.
Oh,
I want to just one.
One by one.
Okay, one by one. No. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Okay.
Then I have a suggestion for you.
Okay.
I found one.
Okay, good. Then you later you will tell me. Good. Second question.
Another question. I don't know. Do you find the Lithuanian culture very different and difficult to adjust for Italian guy?
Initially, yes. Initially, yes. In terms of culture, Lithuanian people is more shy than and more internal going than me, external going. But then I tuned very well, and I found that actually being myself was useful because I was very well appreciated. Now the game is, when you place question, you can answer whatever you want. But who plays question cast shadow himself on his question, always. Now, not in this environment that where people, but especially when you are in a one-to-one, again, dating technique. The best way to know someone else is allow someone else to place your question, because every question that he plays is belonging to him or her, is showing and telling you more about him or her than what you can collect when you ask something to her. So questioning and listening and enabling the others to place question is a terrific, powerful ways to collect information by the others. Then you need to obviously careful. Do you agree? Do you find it useful? Yeah. Practice it. You will be surprised how powerful it is. So some communication or relation highlights in Europe. When you run, by example, France, when you run a business in France, you need to be aware that hierarchy is relevant. There are many countries, and some in USA, no. But in France, it's important that you respect the hierarchy. If you're talking with someone and jump over, cutting out this, the people in the middle, you're making something that could be considered very rude. If you have a break, the worst possible thing that you can do at lunchtime to talk about business with the French people. They hate it. If it is a break, it's lunch is lunch. Why you are boring me about business? We have a business time to talk about business. They love people speaking French more than people speaking in English.
Because they don't speak English.
Yeah. Yeah. On this, I can tell you another little, I would say, bastard secret of mine. I was living in France for working in Paris. I got the responsibility to reshape the branch to remake the business. I did not tell to anyone that I was able to speak French. So I was meeting customers. I was making my spaghetti English presentation. They were making comments each other in French. And I was gathering a lot of information. But so that's the way I said bastard technique. But anyway, the language for French people is important. Personal questions are something that you should avoid if it is not invited. It's something that you need to be, because they are normally very easy outgoing, but not so willing to answer to your questions if are personal. In Germany, again, the same hierarchy and respect while place question is very important. So if I know that she is a boss and I place a relevant question to her that is not the boss, he's going to get mad about me, because he would expect that the relevant questions are done to is really relevant. Never interrupt. German negotiation, German people allow you to tell everything at the end. It's very negative to interrupt someone because you have the urgency to overcome objection or to talk. If you are talking or questioning, eyes contact is relevant. And in Germany, business is business, feelings is different from business. So asking about feelings is not appropriate. Innovation, you can declare that your products are very innovative and powerful, but only if you have a third-party study who certify that your statements are valid. Otherwise, you are considered Italian. That is blah, 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 but in reality, there are not so much. No, I'm joking. We are going to get to arrive, yes. Timing of a meeting. In Germany, 9 o'clock meeting is 9 o'clock. At the 15 past 9, you are considered not a good business. Okay? No one use on business the first name, Alessandro Santa Lucia. But if I am in business, I'm always Mr. Santa Lucia. I am never Mr. Alessandro. Would be considered rude and inappropriate. Do not ask for action in August. August is a time where everyone in Italy go for vacation. Would be stupid. You are just losing time. Another thing, please. Please. You cannot believe really how much often when I was starting to be here, how many people, "Hi, Italian, mafia!" It's like a stereotype, like, Lithuanian, Russian. It's really horrible. Avoid to talk about mafia. It's considered, you can, but at the right time, but it's considered just a so bad stereotype that is not good. Timing is much wider tolerance. A meeting at 9, the customer can come at 9:30. You should be there at 9. But probably you have to wait, because they will never come at the right time. Your dressing is important. You cannot go with your jeans, with the holes in your jeans, except you are in fashion. If you are in fashion, you can do what you want. But if you are running just a normal business, your looking is part of you. In Italy, feelings are relevant as facts. So in Germany, totally the reverse. But in business in Italy, how you feel making business with me is very important. Never ask to a German. To German are facts about products. But in Italy, more important than facts is why you're making business with me, relationship. UK, aggressive attitude, the typical American, I'm here. Now you buy everything from me. It's not good. Talking badly about competition is considered one of the possible worst business attitude. Competition, if it is your competition, you should always give honor to your competitor, because if you do not give honor to them, then you are not good to run business. Sorry, I made an error here, because in any way, we buyer will place important question to you only after the decision is taken. You need to be aware about that, because it is also important, as I said before, if someone asking to you is already in UK, businesses reach a point when they start to really place to you relevant question, then you know inside you, bingo, it's done. Now it's matter just to cover the detail, but he is already in the buying mood. If they are placing direct questions, good point. If are placing general and wide question, bad point. Means that you are in the selling cycle, step back. Like in Japan, even in UK, they have the tendency to do not put themselves in conflict with you with the negative assessment. But English people use humor to show you disagreement or negative part. Just a casual comment that sounds like a joke could in reality tell you that you are in the wrong direction. Personal life is untangible. Personal life is personal life. You are not here to ask to me about personal life. You are here to talk about business. Spain, again, wide tolerance about timing, mañana. Tomorrow is a generic term. Does not mean tomorrow. Be aware. Yes does not mean real full yes. You needed to have qualification after that, because not necessarily a yes is yes. You need to double check. Your formal role and academic positioning is important. So you will meet people who introduce themselves. I am a nuclear engineer, I am an expert, I am a teacher, I am a professor, even in Germany. The academic qualification is considered very important. But modesty is what they rate more. You are going to a meeting with your customer and you go in Ferrari and Porsche, no good. You go in Seat or Fiat, good. Modesty. Not show that you have a brilliant or gold necklace showing that you are rich. Because if you're rich, then you are able to steal something to me. Exactly the vice versa of what is in USA. Like in Italy, but in general in South Europe, relationship is more important than facts. So yes, you have a good product, but I want to know if you are a good supplier. It's more important than just simple good product. Like in Italy, first name should be addressed only if you have familiarities with these people, and the formality is important. Russia. How many of you run business in Russia? Not so much. One. Okay. Hierarchy and respect is important. You can identify, despite the real qualification in terms of business card or whatever, who is the most important people in a meeting. Because everyone else, before speaking, watch the most important people. No one will action anything without watching and get. But very seldom first meeting are done with important people. Forward you get. Be trusted, credible entity. One of the most on business. You needed to show patient. You needed to stay till this time, because business people, real good business people, is patient. Unfortunately, again, yes or final negotiation, you can even get an order. Count nothing. The day after, they can change again a part of orders that has been agreed. Name, patronymic, and surname only friends call by name. The other use always the patronymic.
Question.
Yes.
Drinking habits. Your experience, you have done business with Russia. You said you have a branch. Did it strike you?
And particularly me, because I do not drink at all. So I looks like I am crazy, normal, even without drinking. So that was also good for me, because they become crazy after 2 bottles of vodka. I was crazy from the start, so it was good. Nevertheless, yes, drinking is drinking habit. They consider impossible to close a negotiation without a good dinner or lunch, possible lunch, that start at 3 and end at and a lot of vodka, yes.
That's a committed salesman. Not drinking, but drinking for sales.
Drinking, because I was adding a lot of water. No, vodka bottle, they were not able to detect if I was drinking water or vodka. Netherlands. Instead, Sandro, naming is very important in German. they do not answer to you no. Again, they will answer, okay, we will see, I need to ask internally, I need to get approval to qualify, never get a no, take time. Honesty, you need to be honest, you need to be you need to say anything that someone else can and demonstrate it is correct. He is important, but not like any other in a country. There are bosses, but everyone else in the team are equally important. For other country I'm not saying that every company is like that, but in general term, around Europe. Something else that I was thinking to stay in the time. Something that is considered, by example, rude if you talk with Asian people. If you have your nose filled up, or in public, your nose is considered unbelievable unpolite. During the meeting, you will lot of noise, brief, never you go below your nose, never in business. This is valid in Japan, valid in Korea, valid in China. Okay, body language. I'm sure you are very excited about body language because I will learn about everything. Now, unfortunately, just body language would take a week. So I'm just trying to condensate, but be aware, first trick, body language play also against you. So be aware of your body and what you're saying is the first step. Before then you are aware of the body of the other, be aware of your. Unfortunately, the body is controlled by unconscious level of brain. So you needed to train yourself to control even this part. The body language reading touch how you position your body, the space around your body, your facial expression, your eyes, how you touch yourself, how your body connects to other parts, even outside of you, how you play with pen, cigarettes, whatever, how you breathe, and other physical effects of your body. Because they are many, if we try to set up priority, eyes, in poetry, eyes can sing, can act, can dream. You can do everything with your eyes. Heads, hands, legs, feet. Really, to go deep would require a lot of time. So I'll try to stay roughly in the time that we had assigned. Coming from psychology training is not written on stone. You look right. Trying to build up an image in the people's eyes. Is activating in her mind sounds. You can believe it. Showing a direct link. Is surprise, can be But if you see that when you're talking, the widening, good results. If it is blinking very fast, means exciting, means really more than just simple attention. Maybe interwoven anxiety. Index finger and thumb touching tips of the hands. Moving forward. Or frustration. Horizontally, and rocket from side to side. Rubbing hands together can be positive. Crazy guy from Italy is telling me. Ugh. Yeah, touching nose while speaking is considered a lying stage. Touching nose and touching hair. I love you. Normally should be considered with care. With care. Pinching or rubbing nose while someone else speaking, I have something to say. Normally I detect and I interrupt myself and I say, any comment? Just not to be rude pointing someone, but any comment, anyone wanted to say something, is a good time that the team is telling to you. Or just simple picking the nose, or I'm tired, or wow, let me think. Hands clamped on ears, not like this, this on hairs. Stop. I don't want hair anymore. What you're saying to me is bad. Hair tagging, playing with your hair, indecision. You need to get a reassurance, self-comfort. Hand clasping the head, calamity. This is really, really bad. Hand stroking the chin. I'm preparing my countermeasure. I'm preparing what I want to tell you later. Hand supporting chin. So keeping your heads. I'm tired. I'm bored. Chin resting on thumb. I'm thinking on what you're saying. Neck scratching. I don't believe on what you're saying to me. Clasping wrist. Frustration. Running hands on the hair. Any man knows. You know, I tell you a little bit of trick. On dating. I'm looking to someone, to a girl that I never met before. I'm just in a restaurant and I saw something interesting and I look. We started to look each other. If the lady touch the hair, the body tell about you. Tell more of what you would expect. So any Casanova knows. Knows all these tricks, and here we have so many Casanova. So, hand in the pockets. I just needed to run faster. I'm bored. What you're telling me is I'm not happy. Playing imaginary violin, it means you are singing such a perfect music. You are so good. Let us keep the mockery because it's too much bad. Sing means this is very funny. This win. I need to go to the bathroom. Be aware. Sign is not always good. Speaking as someone is keeping a mouth on his a hand on his mouth. Means I would like to tell you something, but I feel not enough confident to tell you. Then you should develop a technique to allow these people to speak. Handshake. Handshake, palm down. Oh, nice to meet you. You see, I'm sorry, I'm a left-hander. But my palm is in this way. I'm strong, man. The reverse, palm up. Oh, I recognize that you are so important. Handshaking with both hands. Nice to meet you. I would start to be scared because it's pumping. We can talking as personality. Instead, strong handshake without destroying the other hands means I am powerful. I told you before, in France, okay, science means just simple O. In Germany, is very offensive. France is to be very negative. Finger curling in Spain has a total different meaning. It's like in Italy we use. In Chinese, there is a sex action that is cao. You have a 50% or man on you, or someone is slashing you, slapping your face. So, meaning of ciao in Italian. Is coming from Venice. Time back in the 1600s. The word was very formal and is I am servant. So for means slave. I am, and it now is just a normal greeting. Extra tips. Then arms is a female keeping the handbag. Not confident. Attend, not there. Holding paper in front of. Attending the meeting, keeping the paper in this way. Again, I'm nervous. I'm not feel confident where I am. Adjusting again, watch strap, tie, and using in any case body or arms on the body again means I'm not feeling very comfortable. Holding a drink in front with both hands, not one hand, again negative. Touching shoulder, using arm across body, negative. Crossed arms, normally I'm in defense mode. I'm listening, but I'm not. If it is even in this way, with the clenched fist, negative. I'm against you. Gripping or upper arms, I feel uncomfortable, unsure. Arm behind body with hands clasped. I show you my body and I am strong, and what you're saying is very interesting. I wanted to continue. Legs. Sitting. Where the legs are pointing are also conveying information. Is giving information about the people attending what they are looking for. Uncrossed legs, typical male situation, is normal. If it is female, means open, interest. Crossed leg is a typical female, means nothing. It's very, very normal, very, very typical. You cannot detect anything out of this. I need to go forward. We were legs, yes, okay. I told. Okay, I think I close almost in time with this part. Comments? Useful? At least funny. At least funny. Now, when you are negotiating and discussing, then what are the negative feedback that the body language of the counterpart could give to you? We said rubbing eyes, nose or face scratching, arm tense, crossed, eyes with the eye raised, rising eyebrow, one or two, poor eye contact, hands clasped or clenched, leg crossed with. In any case, touch means in touch with you. I'm not in connection with you. Positive. Arms that are released and not tensed. Leg crossed or uncrossed, but in general terms. Now, the sales closing sign passing through all some kind of request. Now, not only like to talk about the financial part of the offer is a good benefit, is good feedback. Request for repeating. Tell me again, sorry, can we summarize the corner point of the goods on your solution? Request for references. Tell me who else was buying what you're proposing me. It's again very positive feedback. Request for personal information means that you are not only important for what you're saying, but also because you. That, if you are collecting various signals like this, then is good time to ask for the order. In the meantime, I open the last one. Questions? Dead? So, selling cycle, body language. Before going forward, tell me, what was in the last hour, what you got most interesting?
I like the body language.
I was sure. Because you play it. You play it.
Yes, of course. I was looking and counting myself.
You were checking. Body language. Then, what else?
Interested was about the touching nose, because I catch myself that I'm doing this when I want to say something.
Means you're usually lying.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Lying is also a good technique of discussing. What else? You were smiling often. Tell me. Okay, hands. How are you staying? Any other comment? We did not speak only about body language. We also speak about negotiation. We spoke about cultural differentiation, country to country, country and other country. Did you find interesting this part?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Did you have any bad experience in any of the countries? The cultural.
I was blowing my nose in front of an important Japanese.
What about Scandinavia? You haven't had it.
Yeah, Scandinavian, I did not touch it because there are, but some part. But again, try to stay in the time frame that we agreed upon about you. Scandinavian, the most important things that I found that Scandinavian rely making business on word. You need to be very careful because Scandinavian assume that what you said is binding agreement. In America, it's totally different. Binding agreement are only written. I can tell you whatever I want, but it's useless. What is important is only what is written. Scandinavia, you can even close agreement or and is ruled, agreed by is formally accepted. So you need to shut down and to be very careful. What they say will be considered binding. It's very, they are very close. Attending meeting, they control their body and what they say. Exactly for this reason, because whatever verbally can be binding agreement. That is Scandinavia, what I got as experience in Scandinavia. I run business in Norway, Sweden and Finland. What else?
Any comments about the Polish market and Polish people?
You have to drink before you order.
Enough, I would say that when I started business in 2003 with Lithuanian, I'm sorry. Changing speed is totally different. It is.
And how about Lithuanians?
Not easy to develop what are to a different way. In some extent, much fact oriented.
So we are not Boston.
Gerai. I just capture. But I developed working internationally. I found myself I developed a kind of intuitive ability to understand. Long tail. At the end of the tail, there were nothing. Someone from and I found myself watching the left, pressing the button before. So even not understanding the word, intuitive feeling about what they were. Is also and body language is also useful. Yes.
Controlling your own body language.
Yes.
Obviously, you.
Yes.
Right. And
correct.
There's always some stress in there, and when you get nervous, those body language signs just.
You need to decide if you want to show or not.
Yeah, but are you always in control of that?
No, always would be too much.
Yeah.
But clearly, yes,
it's a skill.
It's a skill, is what I'm saying, correct. You need to be able to read the other, but you need also to be aware of what you're saying and eventually communicate properly depending on what you want to communicate. Definitely. More? More question? Come on, I do not want to start the next action and then have a coffee break.
Okay, so talk about USA.
Sorry, repeat.
USA.
USA.
USA and
business in USA?
not
No,
business,
what?
The attitudes and what like we had Germany, we had the UK. So what we have I have heard that USA is a big large country. They give you a cheap smile for everything, and then
Yeah, I mean,
it's nothing true.
it is not exactly layer country or layer people, but it is true that are a kind of accepted business, smiling or showing always interest, even if it's on you. This is also something that there is taught in the school. It's UK and who you are, but always show what. For this reason, what you show, if you come to with a Ferrari, is successful sales guy, and who run and the way you appear is relevant. Nevertheless, I'm international, and even if you dress alpha, then there is a time that when you show what you think. For 3 minutes, then we have a coffee, correct? So, another question. Feel, you said genius. What do you feel? I want to say, farm are really important. And in you? You? That's wrong. Dangerous for you. Because then you.
I think I'm more.
I think it's a point that you beginning saying that in Lithuania you have seen and this with poor management that people and hunter rather than just go the best properties that they have and really go that direction.
Okay.
We're squeezed by and so on, so that's poor management. That's where
Okay.
needs to be improved.
Good point. What are you, farmer or hunter?
Farmer with a big gun on the back.
Means that you're both farmer. 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 Oh, both. Genius. Farmer. Hunter.
I don't know, maybe more farmer, but also hunter.
Depends on situation.
Okay, that is you're hiding yourself. Answer. Answer. Give an answer.
Okay, hunter.
Hunter. Raimonda. Hunter. I know you. Farmer.
Maybe genius.
Most probably hunter with a tendency to keep them. Both.
Both.
Farmer.
Both. I just stopped because of 1 minute, but I wanted to highlight a kind of game I was playing this morning at the coffee. This morning at the coffee, there were cups of yellow, red, and whatever. And then plate, yellow, red, and so on. And we were free. One pick up yellow cups, no, red cup with the yellow plate. The other one take red plate and red cup. The other one take only the cup without plate. Laughing, but think about how there is also in small things in your life are delivering, conveying psychological information. Someone who is taking two cups is sorry, two cups, one cup and different plate is probably good hunter. Who is taking the same color?
Farmer.
Is probably good farmer. Who is taking without plate? Thinking out of the schemes. Correct. So, but you can detect, just again, now is good time for coffee, but sharing that even watching carefully what is happening around you can give a lot of information about people. Okay, I think it's good for time for coffee.
So that's the pizza place. You stay in Kaunas.
Okay. No, I am in Vilnius.
Yeah, but if you stay in Kaunas today, you can visit.
Okay. Hunter. Was what you just said. That clearly it's happened. People needed to go, especially in small. One of the things that was finding dangerous for growing with the company that I was not buying, but we were making a joint venture together, was that the people, essentially, a sales guy was first a product specialist. Whenever the order was inside, was taken, they take care about everything. No, that's a problem. No good. Because if you do not allow the salespeople spend time, they were very good on order intake the first 6 months. But then, the other 6 months, all the salespeople were killed to take care about the order. So they were not able to continue to develop business. So my business partner was commenting, but we do not grow. I'm sure you do not grow. How can you grow? Because more you grow, and more you are killed. So the dedication of people to the role of sales should be done by any kind of organization, and try to avoid to kill the sales time on executing other stuff that is not belonging to sales. Credit collection is belonging to sales, but delivery and taking care about the products that are correctly delivered should be done by someone else. Otherwise, the sales guy is doing everything. And what is the results of doing everything? Do nothing. Okay. So, sorry, we go back on the last hour. How to manage Salesforce. If you are in sales, why someone choose or like to be in sales and not to be on a product development or consultancy or whatever? Money, need of self-rewarding, because whenever you get an order, you have a rewarding for yourself. So people on sales are working to get results. And the manager need to be aware of this. And they also need to set up targets. But the targets need to be reachable. Because if I get a target that says, tomorrow you need to sell $3 million, thank you, you can give me any target you want, but I know that it's fake, you're playing with my role. So the target need to be achievable. At the same time, need to be challenging. If someone for 5 years get 200% of the quotas, I suspect that this manager is not good. Because you cannot achieve 20% of your quota every year. It means that quota setting was done to make your life very easy. It was not done to make it challenging your life. Unfortunately, Salesforce talent are not easy to find. And the genius are not so common. Real genius. And the real genius are well paid. Someone who is able to do either hunter, either farming really well are not easy to find. So talent need to be identified, and any organization should develop any possible technique to keep talents in the company. But be also aware that we are talking about hunter and farmer. But there is another variable who is very relevant. Sales who work as a direct sales, or sales force who work as a partner manager, working with channels. Managing distribution, managing reseller, require an extra level of competence. Opening a new market, a new territory, generally require partner managers before then account managers, because you need to have someone who translate your sales proposition in the local needs. So normally companies use a distributor or reseller. Now, be aware that a good sales guy in a company can be a disaster in another company. Because the good sales guy also need the good environment. As I said before, if I use my sales guy also to move the product to the customer, so as a logistic guy, probably I'm not using at the best their time. If I do not, if as a manager, I'm not able to develop the right environment, I can look for talent, but then I will just kill this talent because I will kill by extra activity. So a good marketing and sales plan is relevant, and a good optimization of a sales time versus administrative time need to be very well balanced. I know companies that now are killing their sales force by reporting every week, reporting about number of meetings, number of contacts, hours spent with customer and prospects. Everything from an administration point of view is good, but is killing because this poor sales guy needed to record every action and then report every action properly. So a good balance of control with freedom is clever. Another way to help salespeople is to assign product specialists. Talent and skilled salespeople are not necessarily very good on product. They need to be good on customer. They need to know their customer more than their product. You can overcome lack of knowledge about product putting product specialist in assist mode to assist sales guy when a product presentation, a detail on the products is required. Definitely any marketing activity that pull leads and generate business is also another way to magnify sales action. Now, I told you before, we have farmer and hunter, but we also have direct and indirect. Is there any good answer? No. It depends on your marketing plan, your sales plan, your analysis. You can have hunter that is indirect, who is looking for new distribution, but then move this customer to farmer or vice versa. The local partner need to be viewed through also two dimensions. One as a partner, but one also as a customer. As a customer of you. So if you wanted to convince a distributor to distribute your solution in Dubai, you need to find and qualify the good guys, but also you need to understand why he should choose to make business with you. What are the key drivers for him or for her or for them to make business with you? So you need to develop a unique selling proposition that is not belonging to the product that you're normally selling, is not belonging to the solution, but is belonging to what is the value that you can deliver to this distributor. And then how together we can deliver to the customer. So the partner manager need to be aware that need to talk with the two kind of customer. Channel customer, but is also partner, and client, local client. So in terms of handling the sales channel, there is an extra complexity. Because when you have your direct sales force, you know very well who you're talking with, but when you have a distributor, what do? when you have a reseller, what do you do? My personal experience is that I've been extremely successful on managing channels. We closed, by example, the branch in Turkey and branch in France, and we replaced the branch, direct sales branch, with distributor and reseller, because we wanted to cut the cost. I will remember what I said, it's not gross margin impact, but is cost of sales impact. But we were losing $8 million. After 1 year, I was making $14 million positive. Using channels can deliver a lot of value. But the key secret is to treat them as your sales force, not as a customer. I know that I just said that it's a customer 2 seconds ago. I'm just saying that it is a multi-dimensional issue where a channel partner, whatever you want to call, is a customer, but is also your arm. So you need to deploy good use with your direct sales force. So I was sending the sales force to feeding them of information like I would feed any one of my sales force. So at the end, I was taking care about them like I would take care of my own specific direct sales. What did I achieve? I was becoming a virtual sales director. Unfortunately, it's more complex than to be a real sales director, because if you are a real sales director, you have organizational power. If you are a virtual sales director, you have your personal empowerment, your personal authority, but it's not hierarchical authority. But if you can become your virtual sales director of your distributor, then you can guarantee it for the company. The way to make a combination of sales and indirect sales is to use what I call pollination approach. That only hunter. And so I was going in the country, in France, developing the business, but instead to take care about 5 customers, I was taking care about 50 customers, because behind me there were a reseller or distributor who was going to take the role after my door opening to care as a farmer about the business. This combination can help to penetrate market, because the direct sales force are intrinsically better equipped, knowledgeable about the product solution rather than a distribution sales force. So who is better to open the market than someone that is hired directly by you? But then, in order to do not hire 20 salespeople, but just to keep low the number of direct salespeople, everything that was developed for the reseller. So actually the reseller was the one who were closing the order, getting the order, taking care about fulfillment, taking care about execution. And the sales agent was free to go to another flower. The benefit is that you can develop quickly, massively the business, because your business developer, in that case, even the terminology is different. It's not anymore direct sale or major account sale, but is really business developer in a known market, can drive a relationship with 15, 20 accounts, not 5. But required to have an excellent sales skill and a competence about sales cycle, because this business developer need to be also a virtual sales director. I also developed programs to keep you should do any to keep my virtual sales close to me. incentive programs. The winner of the biggest order every month gain a trip, him or her with the husband or wife somewhere, a dinner. I was taking care about the relatives, because behind an important and effective sales guy, there is always a husband or a wife who care about him. So I was sharing the incentive to everyone in the family. And I developed incentives that were connecting these people that are not belonging to my organization, but to the distributor organization, to myself, because I was acting as a virtual director. Clearly, training programs a lot. Clear so far? Question? You are tired because... Ah, wonderful. Two. Sorry, female first.
Also, that critical, how it's called, bonus for the best seller for the month, you can do only, I think that you can do only in big companies. How is the small companies? Because it's also kind of amount of money that you have.
I mean, I give you, no, it's not also a matter of so much money. I made an action that was viewed as a surprising action by all the people working for me here. We were working with Iki, and the sales manager of Iki was achieving a very good result. I sent 50 roses to his wife and a bonus to have a dinner for both. Not so expensive, but was rewarded as unbelievable action that they never saw before. First, because this guy was working even the night to get these results, and it was only because his wife was accepting to support him doing such a strong effort. So at least she was entitled to get my 50 roses. And then an invitation to have a dinner together, because I wanted that they have a fun together. It was not so expensive, but it was considered to be very incentive. So you need to be creative, like in everything. It's just it's not a matter of money, but a matter of perceived value, what is relevant. What did you ask for?
Just to comment on your recent answer, I think that we still do perceive money or remuneration as a big value.
It is. I'm not saying again. I'm not against. And it's a good point. Can I interrupt you for one, just to highlight? We are talking about monthly bonus, monthly incentive, something that need to be on top of a yearly money incentive connected to actual results.
Yeah, there goes my question. So how much time as a front salesman would you spend in a country that you're penetrating and servicing or helping the farming distributor with farming resources to get successful?
It's similar to what you were asking me before about direct customers. It's always like a baby, between 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months yearly.
You needed to spend the time over there to establish a training program that someone else have to care about on the products and on what you are selling. And you focus on the sales and marketing plan with the distribution, assessing what are the trade shows to follow, what are the influencer to influence, because they are in any market they are influencers. If you are in IT industry, by example, influencers are the software maker. You cannot sell something if you do not have a good agreement with the software maker, but is also usable in other kind of markets. So once you take about 3 to 4 months to draft all the action plan, then identification of a good salespeople, then training, and then start.
So who sends roses to your wife?
I am self-empowered. No, I mean, in reality, the question is very good. And my wife was telling me on the 2009, Alex, 3 kids, you are 2 years in France, 2 years in UK. She never wanted to come with me. So I was a commuter. I was coming back at home on a Friday and restarting on Sunday. I'm full. And what was my answer? Agreed. And very good package to leave. And I invested and I left. Oh, I'm doing I'm doing again traveling. But
the kids are growing. That's a limitation, you know. That's a strong limitation.
no, it's also good. Is a good. Absolutely agree with you, but it's a matter of that you have a and you need to try to get also your second half with you. So maybe it can become an opportunity. By example, for me, together, she got the kids with me, yes, with us. Anything else? People, good salespeople. It's important to find good people. So hiring. Or are you seeking farmer? Because clearly they have a need to be really this. I want results by February. Not cry, oh, the company is not giving me this, not giving for. So, farmer. You are open mind and social. Process is a key point because you need to be in control of every single step. Taking care about time planning. Risk taker. Hunter. Have a tendency to be consultative. Consultant and consult. And work in a team. Hunter, work alone. Are really two different profiles. Yes, you can be a genius. I agree. Really much less easy. Describe. A clear understanding of a sales plan. Then you need to decide if you're going to work for long-term approach or short-term approach. And then assess which kind of a sales and sales type you require. And what is the goal? Direct sales. Once you have negotiated with the rest of the company, clear all these points, then you need to prepare the documents. A clear presentation of your company, because you needed to introduce yourself to the candidates. What are the target and the strategy highlights of a business plan? You do not have a give away secret of your sales plan, but you needed to give some highlights. Describe what do you expect and what are the skills you want to see and you want to detect in a candidate. Like in sales, word of mouth is very effective, more than just advertising, and then run the interview. Be aware, partner manager is different. You need to ability to drive sales teams. Even if is a work, need to be able to work as a sales manager, other sales, partner, distributor sales, and need to be also a good risk and relevant facts, because a sales manager working in channels talk with potential distributor and kind of commercial the documentation, but you need to also to read their balance sheet and understand how they run as a company, because they are going to be your partner representing you. They need to be stable and stay for a long time. Understand how they manage their stock, and if you sell goods, you need to understand what would be agreeable stock rotation, how much they needed to keep in the country in order to serve the business, and how much can you deliver, and so on. In some extent, you can become a company owner advisor, helping your reseller from a consultant point of view. Direct sales instead need to understand very well the market, understand the the customer. Why I said retailer? Again, a direct experience. When we were at the point to look for hiring extra people here in Lithuania, remember my company here work on retail, I was changing totally the mind of my business partner, because he was looking for product specialist. And I said, no, we don't need a product specialist. I would prefer to hire someone who is working inside our customer organization. Why? They do not know the products. Yes, but they know very well what is the customer need and what are the requirements by the customer side. The problem is, are we enough attractive to attract someone of them to work with us? That's a different game. But the key point on an account manager is the knowledge about the customer, not the knowledge about the products. Who could have a better knowledge about the customer? The customer itself. So, be aware, setting up the plan, that the number we said before, I'm a little bit more conservative than you here. An account manager, depending on the size of a customer, cannot run more than 5 customers, 10 customers. More, you need, something is wrong in the sales plan. You need more salespeople. When you're running the interview, at the end, you need to apply the sales technique. At the end, you are selling your company, they are selling themselves. So it's again a kind of a sales mode when you should listen more than talking, and they should listen more than talking. And you should evaluate how much they have ability to sell themselves. We need to pay attention that someone is very good on overselling. And one question that I often ask for is, why should I hire you? You cannot believe. Very few answer. Because very few come prepared. When you run for an interview as a salespeople, you should know who you're going to talk with. Exactly like you should know when you try to sell your products, who you're selling to. So I really very favorably rate someone coming and being able to answer to this question. Why should I hire you? What is your value to me? Because I am good, I know everything. What is your value to me?
I don't have an answer for this question. Right, top of the one.
Did you prepare your check? Then I can answer. No, it's extremely variable, but you need to prepare the answer. You need to know who you're talking with. If you're talking with Alex, running an IT company in retail, if you are an expert about fashion, it's not usable to me. But if you can tell me and convince me, you know, I'm coming from fashion industry, and I think that in the hypermarket, there are so much relevance in the fashion component of their business, such a way that your products could be easier sellable if you have knowledge on this. My hair start to be very wide and open and listen you. So you need to connect yourself to the company you would like to work with. This is a very generic advising. Whatever you're doing is not only in sales. If you are looking for job, you need to be prepared on your interviewing. You need to be able to articulate anyone you're going to. So you need to know who you are going to meet, what the company is doing, and prepare yourself. The worst possible is going unprepared, knowing very well yourself, but not knowing who is going to employ you. Then you risk to be lucky or very unlucky. Normally, when I run also the interview, I try to assess the past, the experience. How much these people is good on their real experience, what they have done. I am a very good sales guy. Good. What is your success rate in the last 5 years? What was the value of what you sold? What was your target? What is the percentage against the target? I try to really identify numbers, quantitative numbers, ability to reach numbers. Overall, as I told you, what I look for really carefully, how they are prepared. If I meet someone, a candidate, more is prepared and more favorable he is. Not only for Alex, but for everyone. Another discussion that I had often with my partners, my business partners, is you were talking about money. A sales guy who is a really good sales should be covered by gold. Should be covered by gold. What is the problem? Just to try to pay low salary or low incentive on sales is a natural nonsense. You are getting salespeople because they need to bring you business. And then you take care about paying them low salary is nonsense. You need to be ready to pay salespeople, real salespeople, not blah, 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 good salespeople, very well, because they are bringing you business. So a matter maybe is to connect the incentive and give a heavy incentive against growing target. So if you reach a small part of a target, you're not getting a lot. So the compensation package graphics should be like going like this. More you're giving me, more value give to me, and more I'm ready to pay you because you are valuable for me. So be ready to overcompensate anyone who is very good on sales. Now, finding sales talent is not easy. We discussed during the day. So sales talent discovery is something that is not so frequent. But you needed to set up actions in the company to find them. And the sales talent can be on sales skills, on sales competence, but competence is something that you can develop. So good. Ability to work to have ability to deliver results in any working environment. You need to do anything that you can do to find the talents in your company. So one technique is to promote job rotation. You know what is job rotation. So making job rotation, you can assess people more than what just simple keeping them, because sometimes the competence hide, cast a shadow on the skills. So you can overcome problem on skills with competence. But making job rotation, you are who you are. The competence of changing your job restart from zero. But if you're good in terms of skills, you can move forward. So you have to choose hire or develop. And there is no good answer. Can be good in a way or the other. Hire, normally if you needed to get very quick results, you needed to enter the market in the Emirates by this year, because otherwise competition is coming. Then you play timing. And play timing, you buy in the market the sales force. If your sales plan is a 5-year sales plan, then you can have in-house people, you can make them growing. You need to select who is good on ambition, outgoing personality, cleverness, results-oriented. Not everyone is results-oriented. Many people is task-oriented, detail-oriented, process-oriented, and nothing bad, because in a company you need also them, but it's not sales. Then you need to buy and get excellent sales training to get people trained on sales. In case of you look for training, then which kind of training? You need to know your market, your customer. So you need to invest to know who you want to sell. Then you need to have your people working on product development to clearly articulate what we saw during the day, unique selling proposition. Then you need to develop understanding of the sales cycle and the processes. We spent the day about the skills, listening, questioning, probing. And if it is someone who need to work on partner, you need to develop partner sales knowledge, because you need to make them becoming virtual sales director. If it instead is a direct sales, then account mapping, give them all the tool to relate, to work with the complex organization and how to navigate inside such a complex organization. I'm not going in detail about the training because it would require something else, but in terms of highlight, then your comment before, you needed to relate the salary with incentive. A sales guy without incentive is not a sales guy, because in principle you need to cover by gold, so you needed to give a very good salary. But you cannot afford, anyone cannot afford to give a huge salary without any balance. I can give a huge salary only if someone is giving me extra value. Otherwise, so normal, the sales compensation of a salespeople is 50-50, 30-70, 70-30, depending. If it is a business developer hunter, is a 30-70, 30 fixed salary, 70 variable. If it is a farmer, 70-30, 60-40, bigger salary, lower part of incentive component, because need to be more process-driven, detail-oriented rather than a hunter. But then you need to be also ready to pay twice the original value if someone is able to achieve twice the target. And what's that? What is the problem? Happy problem. If you assign on average, on the Western country, people on direct sales have a target that stand in between 1 million to 4 million. That is the range, depending clearly on the specific business and so on. But on average, if someone achieves 6 million or 8 million, do you have a problem to pay? Happy problem. So be aware that the salary, here is salary, but should be total compensation package, is linked to active sales.
I have a small question about the bonuses and the caps on the bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Because we heard of a small company that, for example, they use cap bonus. For example, you get like 100%, 120. If you achieve 120, you get 120. If you achieve more than 140, you get bonuses off because you lied about your was about planning.
I'm normally against cap. But we need also to be aware that often in the life of a company, the sales manager or the company owner are not really able to set a target. lack of knowledge, you're entering a new market. So in order to do not expose the company to risk, then the cap setting is a normal practice. But simply because you don't know what is going to be. If you have instead a good market knowledge, I am against. I would say, you making 3 times your target? Congratulations. You get 3 times your salary.
It would be normal to get without this cap
But if you get 3 times because I was making a wrong sales plan and I was assigning to you 1/3 of a real market value, then I am just so stupid because I'm overpaying you. So you need to find a balance. So the cap is a good technique in a learning curve to really understand the market potential and how much you could deliver. But once the market potential is assessed, then you should get the rewards.
Next year we'll be setting different targets.
Yeah, could be, but
Yeah, but in the meantime, you got the burning as a company, and you do not want to get the burning because you're giving the money because it was so stupid to assign such a low target. It is something no one like.
yeah, but in general, for example, other points working, I can put in some overtimes and I can work like 1.5.
Yeah.
The same, and I will achieve these points, not because
I can share with your point, but again, it's a matter of sales management. Sales management is not something that you learn at university. It's something that you learn doing. And I need to know you, and I needed to understand. For example, if I notice that your funnel is 4 times what I was expecting, then we should discuss. If you come back to me and say, you know, I achieved it twice, but your funnel is very low, means that you are intaking order from the future just to get good results this year. And I need to be aware because you are damaging the company future because you are bringing too early orders that you should get lower just because you want to overachieve your target. So it's a matter, again, managing people. You need to, not managing sales. To manage sales, you need to set up a good target, have a very clear understanding about funnel. I'm not a fan of reporting, but the minimum of reporting is required. But funnel is a key point. And good funnel, not bullshit. Because also, sales, a lot of people on sales are very good on filling up funnel by everything. Mother, uncle, aunt, nephew that are going to make orders. No. Clear funnel. Technique to drive the incentive and motivation contest. Do you run contest? Do you know what is contest?
when the sales team is competing between each other.
Yeah.
Because
Who is the winner of this month? Who is going to take? Who is going to give it to bring the biggest order about the product that we have difficulties to sell? Win 3 days in Italy. Sales contest, where you put the competition on the sales team. It's also a good way to identify talents.
or destroy the team.
Again, sure, you're right. You're right. Shooting gun can be good to shoot the birds, or it's bad if you shoot the people.
Actually, I have a live example of this
Yeah.
because in some companies there's no more market in the same country. You have all the top customers in your basket, and you only need to work with them and get the sales. Basically, total farming. But if you will make the contest like this, and it will be ranked, for example, on the sales amount, or for example, margin, the sales managers who are working there not so long ago, and they have not the main accounts, they will say, I won't gonna take these accounts because they are not profitable for me. I want the top ones, or I'm out.
What is the question?
Just an example.
It was just a statement.
Bad management. That's bad management. Bad to organize your sales team.
Yeah, just the case where this won't work. In general.
And I rephrase. You are talking about an environment where there are a few potentiality to expand, and there are all farmers, and what you're trying is to squeeze out as much as possible margin of your sales. Am I correct?
Maybe not the sales, but the amount of the sales.
Okay. mean, in a situation like this, I would identify sales contest for new business. I do not believe, and this is real life, because I was discussing when we started the company in Lithuania, I got funnels that were just a drama. The last year order will be the next year order. And how can the company can grow? I mean, cannot be, because everyone had a conservative approach. And the statement that everyone was making to me, how about, he's our customer. What else can I do? Is what we sell product. So I set up a incentive contest for new ideas. What else can we sell, even if we do not have as a product offering? What else you farmer could sell to your customer? Is impossible, my words, impossible, that you cannot find something. Because you are often watching too carefully your market niche, your habit, what you were doing on the last 5 years, bringing possible the company to success, but not looking sideways. What else? In our business, for example, we discovered that a big source of business was security. Stores are looking for increasing security. Not anymore only just the optimization of a workflow, but security gates, security camera, a completely new ways of business, and we include in our offering security items. But no one was thinking to this before. So a technique as a company management is to use contest to stimulate new way of thinking. Okay? I think we spoke about all this. We were talking about measure. You needed to, as a manager of sales, take in account a qualitative and quantitative measure. Qualitative is how people prepare. They are performing actions. Quantitative, even if results are very long to come, and a measure is number of meetings. I try to show sales inside the sales cycle, sales skills, to highlight to you that is and require competence and skill set. Body language is relevant and is belonging to sales skills. Ability to develop the ability to read body, not only what the people say. I'm here for you. Questions are welcome. We already made many questions during the day, but
I have a question.
Wonderful.
I'm working in the printing business, like advertising, and often clients asking to present the price. For example, I want to print brochures, size so and so, all the technical details same, and they send to 10 printing houses.
Yeah.
So my salespeople are telling it's impossible to give the best price, and how to how to be the best one in this case.
I mean, you are your environment is very hard to own. This is something that your product manager and the people who develop products need to think over. If you ask to Alex, my initial reaction would be, are really all equal? How long should stand this brochure? What is the lifetime of this brochure? Because often low quality paper imply that after a week start a degradation of a paper. How much you want? They are customer. If you so you need to really double check the checklist, the desired list by customer, and try to identify if there are someone not rated that you stimulated to add because your strongest point. We are the only one who is using paper who can stay 2 years. Whatever you handle, stay. Do you want it or not? Because if you want low price, I can use a low quality paper, and so on. Ink is subject to sun degradation. Is your brochure standing under sunlight or not? Because I can use inks which can stay under sunlight, or low cost that your brochure after 1 month that is on your desk under the sun, you do not see anything. So you need to ask to your product expert to identify value that you can deliver. Otherwise, it change business. I agree, because always there is someone behind the corner able to make the pricing lower than you. Always.
And also you have to find out what are you selling. Are you selling the price or the quality?
Absolutely. Very good point. I mean, if you're selling for price, I would say stay out of a business. Because again, reach price, a good pricing. You need to identify what is your quality, what is your real value. And
With the potential loss, with provided with them, especially about the loss.
Am I going to lose other 10 customers? How is relevant a referral? Should I pump marketing money to reach a low price or whatever to win because I need to create referrals? How much is going to cost me in an advertising campaign to develop another 10, 15 leads that I could easily get it if I got the order? So sometimes you also need to evaluate the risk, and it happens very, very often. If you make a discount to Mr. X, who is asking for 50 units, should you apply the same discount to everyone? And Mr. X, after the first 50 units, will ask you always from that time onward the same price? So, answer is that I very seldom use discount. I don't like give discount because discount means in reality a new list price for the customer. I give what I call a market development fund. I say to the customer, their customer, I cannot discount because the product has a high value. I would just destroy the value of my products. But I understand that you have a budget constraint, you wanted to close this year, and I need to get you as a customer. So, just inventing, 50 units, 1,000 euro per unit, 50,000, I give you 10,000 as a marketing refund. Because it's the same for me to pay for advertising, and instead to pay for advertising, I give to you as a special benefit. I got one single benefit. I do not touch my price. Next time, I'm entitled to defend my original price. If I discount, the new price discounted becomes the new list price. You follow?
This is a good point. Very good point. Because most of the time when you give a discount,
It's forever. It's forever.
And you will see it,
You give 5% next time. Oh, you already gave to me. Come on, now I want more. Yeah, come on, I already gave to you the order. Give me more. Okay. So Hunter, what do you want to ask me? No, you are Hunter. I know. You have time. I mean, everyone who wants to leave can leave, but I'm here for you, so use me.
What's the main mistakes which made sales managers?
The main mistake of sales manager,
Yes.
ha, to mismanage sales people. Really.
For hunter, for example, for sales for hunter, what's the biggest mistake you can make?
For the hunter, what is the bigger mistake? The hunter, as we said before, is someone who develop. And for itself, for a hunter, the most important thing is to achieve results. And not achieving results create also a psychological disease that you're starting to do not believe anymore in yourself. So it's very important to achieve results. So you needed to be sure to protect your sales activity, not to be destroyed by non-sales related actions, and stay focused on sales related action. So push back in the company for activities that are not allowing you to act as a hunter. Because clearly in the company, like in any company, if you are good, everyone asks you something and everyone wants something from you. And you need to be able to develop the ability to push back. Nicely, but push back. Sorry, but I needed to achieve my order by tomorrow. And no way. Nothing else can disrupt my attention by this. Because otherwise, you as a sales guy started to not have any more self-confidence. It's the worst possible status for sales. A sales need to be self-confident, trust on himself, especially the hunter.
What is more difficult, to buy or sell?
What is more difficult?
Yes. Sell.
Sorry, not understood.
Buy or sell?
To buy yourself, to accept.
No, to buy or sell.
Ah, to buy or sell. Now I understand. Ha 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 ha. Now, as a very gut feeling, buying is possible passive. Selling is active, so it's more hard to sell than buying. But the good buyer have a very good knowledge about sales. Otherwise cannot.
That's why it's so difficult to sell. Because the one who's buying.
Sure, because the buyer has his own task. The buyer has many sophisticated organizations set up, like for sales, incentive. You get a very good bonus if you save on purchasing XYZ money. So the buyer will try to do whatever. But then you need to deploy what we just saw today, understanding that the business to business is company to company, but is also person to person. So you needed to assess also the person goal.
What do you think would be the best and efficient way for the salesperson to improve himself?
Sorry, but I do not understand you. Repeat.
The best and efficient way for the salesperson to improve.
Huh.
Because there's many ways how to do that. Time is also.
You needed to assess your various competence on sales, skill set, competence on sales in terms of process, understanding, and market. Your best value for you as a sales guy is your knowledge about your customer. It's something that makes you becoming unique. A good product is relevant, but the knowledge about the customer is more relevant, in my view. So as a sales guy, you need to assess if you have a good knowledge about the market you are attacking, and work on your skills to develop ability to read the body language, to manage properly communication, manage properly questioning, probing, and listening. Psychological training is normally very effective. There are many training.
Do you agree with the statement that the sales manager has to be the best seller of a company?
No.
His manager can be the best seller.
No. A manager, what is the definition of a manager? A manager is someone who achieved the results through the others. Thank you. So managing people I saw many excellent salespeople that fail as a managing people. I mean, it's not so automatic. Clearly, you cannot take someone from administration because he's very good on managing 200 people, then become good on managing sales. No, you're right. You need to have a little bit of experience. But probably a farmer can become a good sales manager. A hunter very seldom can become a good sales manager. Hunter is too much ego intensive and have a tendency to look to himself first and need to learn to achieve the results through the others. I'm not saying that the hunter cannot become a manager, whatever. I'm just giving quick feedback. The farmer who is more connected to details, action and processes, can more easily manage the others, because managing the other is a matter of caring about details. Answer to you?
Yes. Basically, I'm in the same mind as you on this question.
Okay.
I used to work abroad, and I noticed that most of the time, if when the hunter reaches like the top and he becomes a very good hunter, they start running their own business. And it's
Yeah,
kinda hard to
yeah.
keep the hunter in place.
Yeah, can happen. It is also true. A good, effective hunter often the company is closing, boxing himself. Not enough, but he wanted to fly more. Get self-confidence. Start to think, oh, someone else, I'm so good. I work for myself. I leave.
Most
Really true.
But I think you can't learn to be a hunter. It's something you have when you have it. From what I saw.
I agree. Is your personal attitude, definitely. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Absolutely. But like many other things, you can learn. You can find talent people who was born in this way, perfect. Or you needed to learn, and then you can learn. But nothing is impossible. But you can.
The manager of the team should also play the right sales. It's like a playing coach.
I mean, should be someone who had experience about sales. Otherwise, there is a fundamental mismatch. Not necessarily that is engaged in sales directly, because then you are one of the peers. When you are one of the peers, your hierarchical power is damaged. You are entering in some sophisticated organization where you need to play everything very well. Normally, it is easier that the manager is manager, and the other are doing the activities. But he needed to know what does mean sales process, a cycle, and so on. Definitely.
But playing two roles in this case, just to gain the respect from the other salespeople, for instance. Because
You can
the
gain.
salespeople will not follow the manager who doesn't perform himself in sales.
This is a matter of your seniority and your ability. It does not need that you have to show that you are a king of sales. If you have experience, people see it. Because you place the right question at the right time. It's natural for you. If you are placing a wrong question and the wrong time, people detect that you're just fooling around. You do not have experience. It is what I call seniority. Sure, you need to have a seniority. I know a manager who was my manager for a long time. When he was changing many different departments, the first thing that he was doing when he was changing a department was to fire people.
That's an important role.
He was preferring to have a fame of a killer to establish a very clear relationship. I am the boss, you are not. So he was finding 10 people team, 2 out. No reason. I'm saying it's good, no. I'm just saying that you needed to find your way to manage people. By fair, by seniority, by ability, by cleverness, or whatever. Nothing to do about sales. It's a management style. I prefer seniority, personally. You do not have to stay, yeah? But if you stay, I'm happy. Ask, continue to ask. Otherwise, I mean, but ask if you want. I'm here with you, for you, sorry. I'm here for you.
We're not that shy, so I'm done with questions.
Okay.
Thank you for a great seminar.
Good. Happy. You enjoyed?
Some other people here also.